outside the box how we could help that person out.
InRoad stands for Innovative Remote On-Site Assistance Delivery Service. From the time that I just recently had met her on the streets to today, she's so much happier, healthier, and is working towards getting her own apartment now.
We go to where the client is and taking the resources directly to them, and it helps build that bridge for success.
I don't want to be homeless anymore, and I thank the county staff and team that helped me through this. Thank you guys, and God bless you.
ARMC just received Level 1 Trauma Center verification by the American College of Surgeons.
It means that all of these services at the hospital are able to work together in a timely fashion to take a patient from the doorway to the definitive care place. We were Level 2 prior to this. By achieving Level 1 status, we've become a center that doesn't have to transfer any patients out to provide life-saving care.
It is well known as the county hospital that serves the Inland Empire region with high quality medical care, but also a great place to train future physicians and future nurses.
We developed a program, actually just a partnership with our local hospitals to go out and teach them about trauma. It's a phone call, and then we'll set a classroom for their physicians and ER nurses, and we're more than happy to go and provide this education, because our goal is to provide optimal care for all of our patients, not only in our hospital, but in the outside hospitals as well.
So I think having education in addition to being able to deliver high quality care, that's what I think makes this hospital a very special place.
San Bernardino County has always been the biggest, and once again, we're the best. Under the Board of Supervisors' visionary leadership, we earned an incredible 160 achievement awards from the National Association of Counties in 2023, winning more than any other county for the second year in a row. There are more than 3,000 counties in the United States, and San Bernardino County continues to stand above them all in terms of accolades for innovation, efficiency, and public service. This year, we were honored for streamlining staff training for our homeless point-in-time count, hosting 32 animal adoption events leading to more than 1,600 pet adoptions, making building inspections easier, keeping residents well-informed and safe following the El Dorado flood, teaching children the importance of good oral health, providing reentry support to vulnerable clients following incarceration, enabling local job seekers to succeed in their careers, increasing access to healthy foods for county residents, unveiling our Curtain of Courage Memorial. And this is just a sample of the 160 national awards that San Bernardino County earned for the services we provide to our residents and visitors. Thank you to our county employees for making this recognition possible.
Hi, my name is Angel. I am an enrichment specialist here at the San Bernardino County, specifically at the War Animal Shelter. For the whole day, I get to spend time and walk them, feed them, and play with them, and just improve their quality of life. I do enjoy being around animals. I grew up with them. I have had dogs my whole life, and cats as well. First thing I do, I normally just clean the play yard or the cattery room for the cats and dogs. And then I'll check my list to see what dogs are available to do enrichments. From there, I'm just taking one by one throughout the 10 hours that I work here. And I just spend time with them, feed them, play with them, walk them. But since right now it's summer, it's very hot, so we just play in the play yard and we're at the pool out there. What I like is that I meet new pets every day. I bond with them, make them adoptable, find them a new home. Especially when it comes to aggressive or shy dogs. They typically change when we provide these enrichments for them. Once they do get adopted, that's the best feeling. When you make a difference, such as changing their personality, they're gonna be adopted one day just because they're a happy animal. What makes me happy being working with this staff is that our main goal is to get these animals adopted. If you just love being around animals, this is the perfect job for you as well.
I personally always play ball with Levi. Cody always plays ball with Nolan. And then we have Sonia, who is upset if she doesn't get two buddies. There will be special requests on the field, no, you're my buddy, and then sometimes they get in arguments. And Miracle League is a baseball league for people with special needs. Our role is to go down there and be their buddy. Whatever they need, help getting around the bases because they're in a wheelchair, assistance hitting the ball, throwing the ball. It's our job to make sure that nobody gets hurt. Everybody there is just having a good time. Both teams are rooting for each other. There's really no competition. There's no outs. Everybody's just there to have fun. It's just a really neat program to be a part of. 6 o'clock is game time. They'll do a national anthem. We buddy up with our players. Sometimes you have no choice in the matter. They come up to you and you are my buddy.
You want to be my
Absolutely.
buddy? Tyler? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're with him the whole time. So he hits the ball, you're running with him to the first, second, third. It's all about getting out into the community that we serve. We will run into some of the players at the grocery store, on medical aids. They'll instantly, we'll recognize each other and talk about, when the next season is coming out. A lot of our players obviously have some medical issues, and we've gone to their houses on medical aids to already have the relationship. We already know each other. The parents already know us. It is a lot different than just going into someone's house that you don't know.
I grew up in this area, and there were not programs that made kids with disabilities feel normal. So this is like a normal thing. This is baseball. We started in May of 2013. Fire and EMS and police guys are heroes. For our players to have the fire department come out and help them and be their best friend for a night, that's huge. It's awesome.
It's so beautiful being able to see like the parents come together and being able to hang out and communicate with each other. Being able to see the joy on the faces. There's literally never a bad day when I come to Miracle Day.
We've had the opportunity to invest the town resources into Bremfield. They're used to the field. There's about a lot of comfort that comes from that. Yeah, it's been a real blessing to us in the community, and you can see the participation here. You know, the bleachers are full every night. That's the thing I dig about it.
Throw it to Nolan. Throw it to Nolan. Nolan, throw it in. Followed closely by Andrea. Bud.
He hasn't said many of his one-liners. He's famous for saying, like, if somebody's like really swinging at it, he'll be like, he's chopping broccoli. He's chopping broccoli. I'm definitely invested in this community. It feels like home. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. I love it. All right, dude.
What's in there?
We brought gifts.
Oh!
Right?
Finally a hat.
Finally, right? I'm Zach Taylor. I'm the captain with San Bernardino County Fire Department here in Yucca Valley, and I'm proud to serve you.
Good job.
Today we are at the newly completed Birch Creek Bridge in Oak Glen. This project demonstrates the county commitment to disaster preparedness and disaster response. When Tropical Storm Hillary came through, it completely inundated this creek and destroyed the bridge.
The prior bridge crossing was a smaller 12x6 box culvert, which was heavily damaged by large boulders that came down the burn scar area. Our engineering department put together a quick project to replace the destroyed structure with two 10x10 precast boxes.
I'm extremely proud of our crews and our engineering teams for finding an innovative solution to replacing and repairing this bridge.
These two precast boxes tremendously improved the ability of water and debris to flow underneath the roadway. The project started in mid-September, and we're standing here now on the brand new bridge, which has been opened prior to Thanksgiving.
So often county projects get held up during design or because of environmental concerns or material lead time. And this project, we were able to complete it in record time.
We have been cleaning channels and installing mitigation measures like K-Rail in preparation for the upcoming winter season. We have cameras in place to monitor the area remotely and have pre-positioned barricades and equipment to close down roads quickly and begin the cleanup process as soon as the storm is over.
With the reopening of this road, visitors and residents now have full access to their homes and local businesses.
Do you own a property in San Bernardino County? You may be owed a property tax refund. To find out if you have a refund, please visit the ATC website at sbcountyatc.gov. On the left side of the website, click Unclaimed Tax Refund Search. You can search for an unclaimed property tax refund by parcel number or street address. For example, if your address is 123 Palm Street, only enter 123 Palm in the search bar. There is no need to enter street, avenue, lane, or any other portion of your address. If you have an unclaimed refund, the bill number, parcel number, situs address, refund amount, and a link to the form will appear on screen. If you don't have a refund, you'll be notified of that as well. To request a claim form, click Form on the left-hand side of the screen, and the refund information will show on the next screen. If the mailing address is correct, click Yes and enter your name, email address, and phone number. If the mailing address is not correct, click No and complete the form, including where you want the form to be mailed. Your request will be processed in the order it was received, and the appropriate claim form will be mailed to the address provided. If you have any questions, please call 909-382-3090.
Fentanyl is a synthetic opioid being made in somebody's garage or their home, not controlled. It's 50 times more powerful than heroin and 100 times more powerful than morphine.
Stop the Void is a California nonprofit corporation dedicated to educating and raising awareness in our communities about the scourge of fentanyl. We started this organization because I lost my own son, Daniel Huerta, who was only 16 and a half years old when he passed away due to fentanyl poisoning. Due to the stigma of addiction and overdose, most parents feel that this could never happen to them. And I'm truly sorry, but it can.
San Bernardino County started with the Fentanyl Doesn't Care, But We Do campaign. Fentanyl doesn't care if you're a mother, a father, a son, a daughter, a coworker, a friend. It just doesn't care. But we do in the county of San Bernardino, and that's why we created this campaign to bring awareness to the community.
San Bernardino County and Stop the Void have partnered together. Come to San Bernardino County website, Department of Behavioral Health, look at all the resources that they have, and make sure that you speak to your children. Numbers just came out for 2022, and it's north of 109,800 drug deaths in the United States. Roughly 77% of all of those drug deaths were due to fentanyl. This is why this message and this campaign is so, so important. If you think that it can't happen to you, think twice.
San Bernardino County's Land Use Services has now made it even easier for you to schedule your on-site, virtual, and self-inspections. It's called Easy Inspect, and it's a new mobile app available on the App Store and Google Play. Built with both contractors and homeowners in mind, Easy Inspect is an easy-to-use tool for viewing all of your eligible inspections right from your phone. You can schedule one or multiple inspections at your fingertips. For any additional help using Easy Inspect, visit easyinspect.sbcounty.gov or call 800-637-6655.
As we look at this monument, may we reflect on the memories and lessons of each very precious life, because it is this, our shared story, with all its pain and tragedy, that binds us together as a diverse community of people around our county today and even with those around our world. May this curtain of courage represent to you that we choose to join you in honoring the lives of your loved ones, our loved ones, and we'll never forget them.
December 2nd, 2015 was an unimaginable day for all of us. 14 people we loved were taken away from us on that day. Our employees were spiritually and physically wounded. It changed us all forever. Following the attack, the Board of Supervisors formed a memorial committee made up of family members, survivors, first responders, and county staff so we could build something that would stand forever as a testament to our commitment never to forget.
The Curtain of Courage is a place for us, one of mourning, but also we want it to be a celebration of life, akin to a small set of chapels, each signifying an individual loss, but creating a place that marks this day in time.
And today, we're here to honor the memories of those that succumbed during that day, but also to honor them that are with us today and their families that move forward. To be able to see this curtain of courage gives us all in San Bernardino County, the state and the nation, the courage to move forward.
In 2018, almost 3 years after the attack, the San Bernardino County December 2nd Legacy Report was published. It was intended to be a publicly available resource for communities and organizations that must respond and recover from similar situations. Already, that report is helping other families and other communities learn from your experience.
She'll turn it on. It's on right now.
The way you sort your trash may be changing. Did you know organic waste that ends up in California's landfills makes up 20% of the state's methane gas emissions? Organic waste includes items such as food waste, like leftovers, bones, shells, peels, and pits. Food-soiled paper products such as paper towels, napkins, and pizza boxes. And yard waste such as grass clippings, leaves, and twigs. That's why jurisdictions throughout California, including the unincorporated areas of San Bernardino County, are now required to implement Senate Bill 1383, the new statewide plan to reduce methane gas emissions. If you live or work in an unincorporated area of San Bernardino County, you may be required to subscribe to waste, recycling, and organic recycling services in 2023. The county is dedicated to keeping residents and businesses of the unincorporated areas informed about this new state law and how it affects our communities before any changes take place.
Code enforcement's mission is to ensure compliance with county codes and state laws, to create safe, attractive communities that improve the quality of life of residents.
County Code Enforcement has several special programs: illegal dumping, community cleanup, graffiti abatement, fire hazard abatement, off-highway vehicle enforcement, cannabis enforcement, and of course our traditional code enforcement program.
Code enforcement benefits residents through our goal of leaving people better than we found them, by leaving them safer because we have addressed unpermitted construction that could affect the occupants, or by improving blighted conditions that affect not only the occupants, but the community.
My role in code enforcement is to ensure that residents of San Bernardino County are following the rules and the ordinances, talking with the public more one-on-one, helping them learn the ordinances, but also talking to them as though we're neighbors, because we need to make sure that San Bernardino County is a good place to live, a good place to work, and be a beautiful place for the residents.
Our code enforcement team continues to grow. We're working on some initiatives that are going to expand services and create new programs that'll help our county residents.
I'm very pleased with them always. I've dealt with them for a good 30 years now. There's reason for the code enforcement, and we want our city safe, and you can see when you don't have the codes what you get.
I became homeless back in 2008. I lost my sister. Then I lost my mom. I went under depression. I was really sick. I couldn't walk.
Sarah, we met in late 2019. She was living in front of businesses along the street. We gave her some information and linked her with a host team and Inroads for temporary transitional housing motel assistance.
So I think it's important collaborating with all the departments involved, because sometimes there's a situation where we'll have to gather together and just think outside the box how we could help that person out.
Inroads stands for Innovative Remote On-Site Assistance Delivery Service. From the time that I just recently had met her on the streets to today, she's so much happier, healthier, and is working towards getting her own apartment now.
We go to where the client is and taking the resources directly to them, and it helps build that bridge for success.
I don't want to be homeless anymore, and I thank the county staff and team that helped me through this. Thank you guys, and God bless you.
ARMC just received Level 1 Trauma Center verification by the American College of Surgeons.
It means that all of these services at the hospital are able to work together in a timely fashion to take a patient from the doorway to the definitive care place. We were Level 2 prior to this. By achieving Level 1 status, we've become a center that doesn't have to transfer any patients out to provide life-saving care.
It is well known as the county hospital that serves the Inland Empire region with high-quality medical care, but also a great place to train future physicians and future nurses.
We developed a program, actually just a partnership with our local hospitals to go out and teach them about trauma. It's a phone call, and then we'll set a classroom for their physicians and ER nurses, and we're more than happy to go and provide this education, because our goal is to provide optimal care for all of our patients, not only in our hospital, but in the outside hospitals as well.
So I think having education in addition to being able to deliver high quality care, that's what I think makes this hospital a very special place.
San Bernardino County has always been the biggest, and once again, we're the best. Under the Board of Supervisors' visionary leadership, we earned an incredible 160 achievement awards from the National Association of Counties in 2023, winning more than any other county for the second year in a row. There are more than 3,000 counties in the United States, and San Bernardino County continues to stand above them all in terms of accolades for innovation, efficiency, and public service. This year, we were honored for streamlining staff training for our homeless point-in-time count, hosting 32 animal adoption events leading to more than 1,600 pet adoptions, making building inspections easier, keeping residents well-informed and safe following the El Dorado flood, teaching children the importance of good oral health, providing reentry support to vulnerable clients following incarceration, enabling local job seekers to succeed in their careers, increasing access to healthy foods for county residents, unveiling our Curtain of Courage Memorial. And this is just a sample of the 160 national awards that San Bernardino County earned for the services we provide to our residents and visitors. Thank you to our county employees for making this recognition possible.
Hi, my name is Angel. I am an enrichment specialist here at the San Bernardino County, specifically at the War Animal Shelter. For the whole day, I get to spend time and walk them, feed them, and play with them, and just improve their quality of life. I do enjoy being around animals. I grew up with them. I have had dogs my whole life, and cats as well. First thing I do, I normally just clean the play yard or the catering room for the cats and dogs. And then I'll check my list to see what dogs are available to do enrichments. From there, I'm just taking one by one throughout the 10 hours that I work here. And I just spend time with them, feed them, play with them, walk them. But since right now it's summer, it's very hot, so we just play in the play yard and we're at the pool out there. What I like is that I meet new pets every day. I bond with them, make them adoptable, find them a new home. Especially when it comes to aggressive or shy dogs. They typically change when we provide these enrichments for them. Once they do get adopted, that's the best feeling. When you make a difference, such as changing their personality, they're gonna be adopted one day just because they're a happy animal. What makes me happy being working with this staff is that our main goal is to get these animals adopted. If you just love being around animals, this is the perfect job for you as well.
I personally always play ball with Levi. Cody always plays ball with Nolan. And then we have Sonia, who is upset if she doesn't get two buddies. There will be special requests on the field, no, you're my buddy, and then sometimes they get in arguments. And Miracle League is a baseball league for people with special needs. Our role is to go down there and be their buddy. Whatever they need, help getting around the bases because they're in a wheelchair, assistance hitting the ball, throwing the ball. It's our job to make sure that nobody gets hurt. Everybody there is just having a good time. Both teams are rooting for each other. There's really no competition. There's no outs. Everybody's just there to have fun. It's just a really neat program to be a part of. 6 o'clock is game time. They'll do a national anthem. We buddy up with our players. Sometimes you have no choice in the matter. They come up to you and you are my buddy.
You want to be my
Absolutely.
buddy? Tyler?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're with him the whole time. So he hits the ball, you're running with him to the first, second, third. It's all about getting out into the community that we serve. We will run into some of the players at the grocery store, on medical aids. They'll instantly, we'll recognize each other and talk about, when the next season is coming out, A lot of our players obviously have some medical issues, and we've gone to their houses on medical aids to already have the relationship. We already know each other. The parents already know us. It is a lot different than just going into someone's house that you don't know.
I grew up in this area, and there were not programs that made kids with disabilities feel normal. So this is like a normal thing. This is baseball. We started in May of 2013. Fire and EMS and police guys are heroes. For our players to have the fire department come out and help them and be their best friend for a night, that's huge. Awesome.
It's so beautiful being able to see like the parents come together and being able to hang out and communicate with each other. Being able to see the joy on the faces. There's literally never a bad day when I come to Miracle.
We've had the opportunity to invest the town resources into Brimfield. They're used to the field. There's about a lot of comfort that comes from that. Yeah, it's been a real blessing to us in the community, and you can see the participation here. The bleachers are full every night. That's the thing I dig about it.
Throw it to Nolan. Throw it to Nolan. Nolan, throw it in. Followed closely by Andrea. Thanks, bud.
He hasn't said many of his one-liners. He's famous for saying, like, if somebody's like really swinging at it, he'll be like, he's chopping broccoli. He's chopping broccoli. I'm definitely invested in this community. It feels like home. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. I love it. All right, dude.
What's in there?
We brought gifts.
Oh!
Right?
Finally a hat.
Finally, right? I'm Zach Taylor. I'm the captain with San Bernardino County Fire Department here in Yucca Valley, and I'm proud to serve you.
Good job.
Today we are at the newly completed Birch Creek Bridge in Oak Glen. This project demonstrates the county commitment to disaster preparedness and disaster response. When Tropical Storm Hillary came through, it completely inundated this creek and destroyed the bridge.
The prior bridge crossing was a smaller 12x6 box culvert, which was heavily damaged by large boulders that came down the burn scar area. Our engineering department put together a quick project to replace the destroyed structure with two 10x10 precast.
We're going to give our CEO just a few more minutes, so thank you for your patience. All right, good morning. I would like to call this meeting to order. I'd also like to acknowledge our High Desert and Joshua Tree video conferencing sites, and thank you all for joining us. Today's Pledge of Allegiance and invocation will be presented by the First District and Vice Chair Cook.
Thank you very much. We're honored to have Pastor Cal Hicks with us today. After serving as the associate pastor for 8 years in the church he grew up in, Cal began ministry to professional baseball players. Having pursued a career in baseball himself, he gained tremendous insight into the ups and downs associated with the game, which has given him the ability to connect with players and coaches alike. I only regret I never had contact with him, or I would never have led my team in errors. That ministry is currently in its 23rd year and is now an outreach of the River Church. Along with his wife Alice, they serve the community of believers at the River Church in Hesperia, California. Have a passion to lead people into a transparent, authentic encounter with Jesus Christ. Pastor, we are pleased to have you with us.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Thank you, supervisors, for the honor to come and ask the Lord's hand to be on these proceedings. Appreciate it. If you haven't already, please silence your cell phones. Bow our heads and let's pray. Father, I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here this morning. I don't want to just check a religious box and say a mamby-pamby prayer, but we want to invoke your presence into these proceedings. For every leader that's here today, Father, they have the unenviable task of being in a position of leadership, charged with the task of making very difficult decisions at times. I pray as a result that you'll give them the boldness of David to stare down a giant who's running his mouth against this county and against the things that they have united themselves and purposed themselves to make the decisions for. I pray, Lord, that you'd give them the resolve and the courage, likened to the 3 Hebrew boys who refused to bow their knee to a tyrannical leader with a culture-changing agenda. I pray you'll kick the legs out from every demonic agenda that's set against this county, and that you would raise these leaders up, and that you would give them the wisdom of Solomon to make decisions that will go against a prevailing culture, an anti-God, anti-family culture. They are faced with the very difficult decisions in the day that they're leading. But I believe that they are here for such a time as this. And by the power of the Holy Spirit, you can give them divine leadership. We thank you for it in advance and give you all the praise and the honor in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Will you join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now move on to our memorial adjournments. Vice Chair Cook. Supervisor Hagman. Supervisor Baca. Supervisor Armendariz. I would like to recognize Dennis Kottmeyer of Mentone, who passed away recently at the age of 80. Dennis served as San Bernardino County's prosecutor for 25 years, and over that time, it included 15 years as our district attorney, where he litigated over 40 high-profile felony trials and was recognized in the United States Congress for his service to our community. So on behalf of him, we will adjourn today. We do not have any special presentations, so we will move on to our reports from County Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Board of Supervisors voted 5-0 in closed session to appoint Roxanne Young as the Public Authority In-Home Supportive Services Executive Director. Thank you.
Thank you. And our reports from our CEO, Luther.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have something interesting and wonderful to report. So each year, the National Association of Counties hands out awards for innovation, for excellence, for all sorts of things. And we have led the nation in the number of awards received for the last couple years. And I'm happy to report that this year is no different. So we have received, as the county, 200 NACO awards this year. Thank you to, yeah, that. Thank you to the amazing efforts from our hardworking county staff and departments. More to come on this, as this is kind of hot off the presses and just coming out. But we blew out the second place county. Next was one from Florida, 142 awards. And then Los Angeles had 117. I won't mention Riverside's that you can count on one hand. So, nothing against Riverside. We love Riverside, but we did kick their butt. So, more to come on that. We'll be getting some message out, but huge.
Are you going to move to San Bernardino now?
I think I might have to.
Just saying.
They're going to disown me now from Riverside, so, you know. But very exciting news, though. Congratulations to our county team, and yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Congratulations to all the hard work on that. That's awesome. Our individual board comments. Vice Chair Cook.
I'll be quiet today.
Okay.
Everyone will be pleased.
Supervisor Hagman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few updates. I want to thank Congressman Norma Torres for presenting the check for or $500,000 toward OIA road improvements. We want to thank her and the Congress for continuing to invest in our expanding airport. SCAG recently awarded $280 million, including $34.2 million in San Bernardino County for surface transportation block grants, congestion mitigation, air quality, and carbon reduction programs. Today's agenda includes allocating $700,000 to the City of Chino Hills toward public splash pad, restroom, mobile performance stage, and recreation vehicle to Pinehurst Park. And I want to thank everybody who attended and participated in our open house. We had over 300 residents and community members attend. 20 different county departments and regional resources were on hand to help show off their services and help our residents. And thank you to our Chino Valley firefighters and our Chino police officers for providing the hot dogs and hamburgers that our residents also liked. And we also adopted some dogs that day, so we're happy to have that community event, and it was very successful. Tomorrow we're excited to have an open house for our new San Bernardino County Fire Headquarters, the state-of-the-art faculty to enhance public safety. And I want to remind our residents that pools are open at regional parks, and all the parks have various activities throughout the summer. Summertime is here. Please check out their web or social media pages for more information. And we're having a free shredding event at Chino City Hall parking lot on 6/15 from 9 to 12. If you want to register, please contact our office. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Baca.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to update the community on a couple committees that I serve on. One of the committees, I'm a first five commissioner. One of the great actions that we took is we received a contract with ARMC to continue to provide services for asthma services for the Breath Mobile. So this will allow our Arrowhead Regional Medical Center to continue to go out in the community and provide asthma services for our families and our children. I think it's a great opportunity. Really want to thank the First Five Commission for supporting that action, and also ARMC for their leadership to continue to go after dollars to provide services for our residents. The other one is I serve on the Omnitrans Commission along with my colleagues here, and one of the things we did is the Bloomington community received a $500,000 amount additional for Clean Mobility Options Fund, OmniRide. So it's a service that's provided in the Bloomington community that allows folks to call in almost like a dial-a-ride or taxi or Uber Lyft to continue those services for the next year or two. So we appreciate the Omnitrans Board for their support of our unincorporated communities. Attended quite a few events. Just one of the things I'm very, very proud of is the grand reopening of the Agua Mansa Pioneer Cemetery that was on May 23rd. It was a great event. It was good to see the families that were very, very grateful for the county's efforts for making sure we preserve the headstones. I believe there was 14 headstones that were preserved, and all the Colton families that have a lot of history there. And the Agua Mansa Cemetery is one of the oldest settlements here in San Bernardino County. I want to thank county staff. I want to thank the county museum and county public works for doing everything they can to rehabilitate and open that site. It's something that we can be very, very proud of in preservation of history. On May 24th, the Glen Helen water slide re-grand opening. I want to thank Public Works and the entire team in Beata for the great work they did to make sure our water slides are improved. They're brand new and they're functional amongst with any other amenities that are there at the Glen Helen Regional Water Park. It's just a great opportunity for our families to go and enjoy the water, especially as the weather continues to warm up and great things. I know that Supervisor Hegman mentioned that also. Also attended the annual Fatherhood Breakfast. I thank CFS for the great job they do to reach out to our families, especially our fathers, and provide fatherhood training and doing everything they can to help our fathers succeed in our county. I think that's a great opportunity for our families. And also, we had the Blake Field Rehabilitation Project with the Powell Charter Center. And this is a great partnership between the County of San Bernardino and one of our charter schools in the Muscoy community to try to help them rehabilitate a field. And I want to thank county staff for doing everything they can to help facilitate that project and help this charter school be successful to make sure that this rehabilitation project is done. I just want to highlight a few items on the agenda. Item number 44. It's a huge win for the county and for our veterans. This is to allocate $5 million for a U.S. vet program that's going to provide housing for 20 to 30 homeless vets in our county. It's a good victory, and the importance of the county taking steps to deal with homelessness, to deal with sheltering folks, and it's just a great project. I'm looking forward to this project being done. It's right here in San Bernardino on E Street. It's a great project. Item 89, one of the things we're doing is we're working with the school district, Colton Joint Unified School District, and our sheriff's department to provide additional deputies. So it's a joint cost that's split between the school district and the sheriffs to make sure they can provide adequate safety for our students on all of our campuses there in the Bloomington unincorporated community. And the last one, just the great work that we're doing is vocational educational training with our Colton Redlands ROP and also our community college district to make sure that folks continue to get trained and continue to get trained up so they can have good jobs in our communities. And that concludes my reports. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Supervisor Armendariz.
Thank you. I was able to attend Fontana Days this year. It was my 23rd time in attendance where I was actually helping coordinate that event. I want to take a moment just to thank our behavioral health, our public health, and our our county animal care for providing resources at that event. A lot of people don't realize, but Fontana Days is an event where all the people who work it are basically volunteers, and all the money goes back to the community in the form of scholarships for 7 high schools and all the other supports all the other nonprofits that are in the community. I was able to attend ICSC, and that is the International Council of Shopping Centers Convention, where I had the opportunity to speak to hundreds of attendees, everyone from brokers, developers, software providers, representatives of businesses like restaurants, major grocers, entertainment venues. I also was able to participate in an interview representing the county, and I would encourage us to just continue to participate in that event because it's a great opportunity for us to network and get more businesses to our county. I want to thank the cities of Rancho Cucamonga and Upland for inviting me to share in their ceremonies for our Memorial Day celebrations and allowing me to be a part of them. Let us never forget to honor the legacy of the brave men and women who serve our country and paid the ultimate sacrifice. I was also able to, on behalf of the County of Supervisors, receive a check for $959,757 from Congresswoman Norma Torres. I want to give her a special shout out for her investment in the Fontana unincorporated areas between Fontana and Rancho Cucamonga for septic to sewer conversions in the unincorporated areas. I think this will greatly serve our community and create an enhancement to the quality of life of all the residents and the businesses in the unincorporated areas of Fontana. Also want to give a shout out to City of Fontana with their Stage Red premiere opening. Stage Red is a opportunity for the City of Fontana to revitalize themselves, and it's actually a Sammy Hagar event or venue. Those of who don't know, Sammy Hagar is from Fontana and has agreed to participate in that and use his branding and likeness to help revitalize the downtown areas of Fontana. I was also able to attend a Chino Basin water tour where I learned a little bit more about the water conservation in our district and how the water worked in our district, in my unincorporated area and all the cities that surround it. I got a tour of the cloud seeding project that they had, a tour of their garden, which is open to the public, where you could actually buy plants that are drought tolerant. The nicest things or best things that I thought I had did in the last couple of weeks was I also was able to attend a Rancho Cucamonga youth leadership program. What this program is it's a program of high school students who come together and they focus on 1 or 2 objectives, and they do the study. They go out and just really use their passions to address a problem in the community, and they come back and give a report on it and what they think we should do to help. So it's them being proactive as young people. The categories they had this year were mental health, substance abuse, opiate prevention, and nutrition quality. The one that I felt my heart went out to the most was the opiate prevention, and just hearing from the students themselves about how the opiate crisis with fentanyl is a crisis in our high schools, and we need to do more to get them trained with fentanyl, understanding of the fentanyl crisis, and give them the tools and resources such as Narcan and test strips so that we can save a life for our young people. I also attended Rancho Cucamonga's Shop RC program, where it's a collaboration of all the local businesses who are coming together to let people know to shop Rancho and just really promote small business and their growth. And then I want to take a moment just to invite everyone out to my Ignite the Conversation event, which will be held on June 20th. It'll be in the city of Upland at Fire Station 164. I'll be giving county updates, listening for regional concerns. There'll be light refreshments and Narcan training available at that event. And it is open to the public, so I look forward to seeing every one of you there. Thank you, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Thank you. I sit as a trustee on the SB Sarah board, and I wanted to report out on one of the recent topics of discussion that we've been having over at SB Sarah for our county employees and our county supervisors here, that returning to work, so when you retire out of the SB Sarah system and you are looking to think to come back to work, the 960-hour limitation under PEPRA is a real thing. It is significant, and we have to adhere to it. There are very, very few instances where we would be able to overlook that, and it also requires the SB Sarah Board of Trustees to approve that for an 18-month period. So if you're a returning retiree, please know that those limitations will likely impact you, and if you are a supervisor looking to authorize that, please know that that is something that we have to do. Any questions at all, we're available in the SB Sarah board to work with you on that. And I would like to recognize a sheriff sergeant. So on May 24th, San Bernardino County deputies responded to a car that had driven into Big Bear Lake. And it was almost completely submerged with a little bit of the tail end sticking out. Sergeant Weiniger responded with other deputies to that, and she was able to pull the passenger out from underneath the submerged car and save her life. And so we appreciate her tremendous efforts. A lot of times we take for granted what those deputies are willing to do for us. So on behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors, to Sergeant Weiniger and everyone else that responds to those calls, thank you very much. And with that, we will move on to revisions to today's agenda. Lena.
Good morning, Madam Chair. We do have one change for today's agenda. Item number 73 on the consent calendar. That item is being taken off calendar. Those are all the changes I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Today's consent calendar consists of items number 2 through 109 minus 73. Do I have any member of the board wishing to disclose conflicts of interest that I missed before we go to our consent calendar? Nope, seeing none. All right, we'll go back to the consent calendar 2 through 109. Anyone wishing to pull an item for discussion? Any comments? All right, we'll move on to public comment on consent. Mr. Pezant, you are my one and only speaker today on consent. Good morning, Garth.
Good morning, Chair Val and the Honorable Board of Supervisors. Item 61, authorize the purchase of prepaid negotiables from various transportation, retail, and food vendors for use by adult juvenile offenders to assist with basic necessities and support adherence to program plans in an aggregate amount not to exceed $280,000 for the period of July 1st, 2024 through June 30, 2025. Presenter Tracy Reese. Thank you for showing due consideration for such former offenders. May your efforts be blessed. Success to you.
Thank you very much. That is the only request to speak that I have, so I will entertain a motion.
Baca moves.
Hagman, second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, the consent calendar passes unanimously.
All right. Our discussion calendar. Today we have agenda items number 110 through 121. We will be hearing Matthew Erickson present our budget, starting with 110, it will be one presentation for all of them, and then we will take them as individual votes. So I will open the public hearing and ask Matthew to join us for our budget presentation.
All right, Chair Rao, I am going to jump in here and kick this off, and then I'll hand it over to Matthew. Before we get started, the budget effort is huge. Many of our county staff are involved in making that happen. They've taken 3 or 4 months. So if we could give them a round of applause for all of their hard work to get to this point. It takes a lot of work to get here. It is not a perfect process. Every year, Matthew and I learn many new things, and we look to try to implement those into the future as we move forward. But really an amazing amount of work, and here we sit today with great outcomes from this. Next slide, please. So just to, we looked at this at our budget workshop. I just wanted to reiterate, this is how, when Matthew and I are approaching the budget and what we're recommending to you here today, this is really our approach that we take. Our goal is prudent budgeting to reduce volatility in the future and stabilize our community investment. That's really how we approach things today. By doing so, our hope is that as we see fluctuations in state and federal budgets and their spending and our revenue sources that we receive from any source, that we as a county can keep the greatest amount of stability here in our local jurisdiction in how we provide services to our communities, how we handle our own workforce here. And that's very important to us to maintain services to our public. Next slide, please. I want to just recap kind of what our budget process was as we worked up till today. So in the months of late February and most of March, the budget system was open for departments. And during that month and a half period of time, that's when our departments were actually inputting data into our budget system that is then turned over to our finance department, where they begin to work through that process. On March 26th, we had our first meeting where we met here and went over a budget overview, kind of what we call is our budget kickoff. Then on May 7th, we had our budget workshop and our fiscal overview presentation. And then on May 21st, we actually delivered the budget books to your offices and gave you almost a month to review that data, ask questions, which our finance office and our departments work through providing information on, so that we get here today to the actual budget hearing on June 11th and present that to the board. Do you have a question?
I just wanted to point out that our budget workshop and fiscal overview presentation was here in chambers for the public as well.
Absolutely. So we've had 3 meetings here in chambers regarding the budget on March 26th, on May 7th, and now here on June 11th. Thank you. Next slide, please. This was in the last presentation that we did, so I won't go over it all again, but this highlights 12 different areas of focus where we have been making investment and recommending making investment in this budget in order to either look at increasing services to the community, working to fund capital projects, look at innovation, or work towards securing the county's financial future, again, for rainy days and planning for that. It's at this point, if we go to the next slide, I'd like to kick it over to Matthew now, and he'll go into a little bit more of the specific details that we need to go through in this presentation. So Matthew, take it away.
Great, thanks so much, Madam Chair, members of the board, Matthew Erickson, the Chief Financial Officer for the county. I did just want to reiterate Luther's thanks to all of the departments, all of my departmental staff. Robert Saldana is our basically Chief Budget Officer. I don't give him kudos enough, and he's basically, when it comes to the, everything budget related that we're doing, he's my right-hand man working on everything with me. So I did want to thank him so much for all the work he's done. So yeah, jumping into the budget this year. This is a $9.8 billion budget, pretty incredibly large, although we're happy to say that it's a slight reduction from prior year budget. We're seeing a $285 million reduction, which is about a 2.8% decrease from 23-24. The primary reason we're seeing a decline in our budget for this fiscal year compared to last fiscal year is really associated with COVID funding that we've received from the federal government over the last several years. That funding source is, was given over the last few years, and those funds are required to be obligated by the end of this upcoming fiscal year. So frankly, we've spent a lot of those funds so far. So that's really the biggest reason we're seeing a decline. I did want to point out that overall for the county budget, about half of the county budget is made up in two of our primary operational groups, we call them, our Human Services Department and our Law and Justice Department. So the bulk of county resources that we receive and spend go towards our Human Service group. So about 30% of the entire county budget goes to one operational group, that's our Human Service group. That makes up a lot of our welfare-related services that the county provides. Through our Human Service Department, it's our Transitional Assistance Department receives quite a bit of federal and state resources to support vulnerable citizens that we have. In addition to that, our Children and Family Services Department is a very large department within the Human Services group. They make sure they take care of vulnerable children. I did want to highlight that this year there's some additional discretionary general fund going towards this Children and Family Service Department, towards our Welcoming Center. We've had some issues over the years with with children that haven't had a place to stay, and they've been staying in offices, and this is a new facility that we've had where we've added 57 positions to this year's budget to help address some of those particular needs. In addition to that, for our Children and Family Services Department and the overall Human Services group, we do have monthly payments that we pay for foster care families of adopted children, and those costs are going up. So they're going up about over $30 million plus. And within that, we have about 17 to 18 million of discretionary general fund dollars that are going towards helping those families and that are supporting a lot of our foster care and adoption care children. Jumping into our Law and Justice group, that is made up of our sheriff, probation, district attorney, and public defender departments primarily. With this year, there's a few exciting things that are going on within the budget with the sheriff's department. There's a couple of large capital projects that they're working through. They're working through a Victor Valley Station rebuild, as well as a specialized enforcement division building that they're looking to build. And so a couple high-level capital projects that they're doing along with several other things. In addition to that, our probation department has had increased services that they're providing for some juveniles that are associated with the realignment from the state to the county, that they're focused on rehabilitative services. I did want to focus on a couple things. You'll notice that administration is increasing $54 million. Sometimes that could be a bit of a misnomer because you see 54 million and thinks is county administration going up that much. The bulk of that is for our risk management department, and it really is insurance costs are going up pretty significantly. As you all know, statewide insurance costs are going up for property insurance, auto insurance, all sorts of insurance. And so that's a big problem statewide, and we're seeing that within our organization as well. Were there any questions that you had? All right. Next slide, please. Every year we do have some changes that we recommend to the budget. Subsequent to when we presented in the budget book 3 weeks ago and that we wanted to briefly go over with you. We have several capital improvement projects, that's what CIP stands for, that we wanted to quickly go over with you. 2 for our Department of Behavioral Health to help with their crisis stabilization unit as well as a crisis residential treatment facility. One's a remodel where we received some state earmark funding of $2 million to do basically a residential treatment facility remodel. In addition to that, a very small purchase of what's called a unit tap box installation, and that's basically to ensure that we can keep electricity on. It helps with connecting a generator for that building. In addition to that, our probation department is really using some of their public safety realignment funds for some initial seed funding for basically a new central adult field operations building. This is just initial seed money where they could begin to look into the possibility of adding a building in that area. Our regional parks department, we're looking at allocating some additional discretionary general funding of $3.8 million for our Prado Park sports court improvements. And then with the county administrative office, there's a Haven office that we have that we're looking at some building signage that we're looking to add some funding towards. Finally, we have, through the budget process, determined that our assessor recorder has some revenue losses on our recorder fees that we'd like to partially backfill for the upcoming year at about $800,000. And there's a few staffing adjustments. On the whole, 26 additional staff that we're looking to fill, as well as several additional classification actions in front of you. With that, that's what we have for you. The next slide is just about questions from you and thank yous. So as you mentioned, this presentation really represents for all of the entities. We're having the presentation, and then obviously we need to open and close the hearing for the next several entities that will be available for questions as well.
Thank you very much. Questions for Matthew or Luther?
Through the chair, I just want to say thank you for all your hard work on this, Luther. Matthew, you always keep us on a balanced budget. And I really appreciate the way the county over over a decade being here, being a steady budget process. And it has a lot to do with your department. It's people that you work with within your department, keeping us from the highs and lows that we see with the state, that we see with other entities. The county's been very steady in being this conservative strength and keeping up the services to our residents. So we're here for them when they need us. Our departments are doing a fantastic job, obviously with the NACO awards. We got to put that back in one more time, being very innovative. And so appreciate the budget, appreciate the transparency in this process this year has been more than my previous years as well. Early notice with the books, a lot of input for both the public and the departments and staff. And so very smooth process. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, I just want to compliment you on what you're doing. Obviously I'm the oldest person on the dais here, and I've had a little bit of experience. State, and some people don't realize that 8 years in Congress, and you're dealing with all kinds of heavy problems. And the one area that I would wake up with nightmares in the middle of the night was the damn budget. And to balance it, there's so many different pressures and extremely, extremely difficult, where you feel you made a mistake, you short-sighted something that's essential to the county or to our country in the whole. And I've got to applaud everyone that was involved in handling this. It's not easy. And I'd rather go back to Vietnam, 2 years of combat, than do another damn budget again. So my compliments for you, and well done. And we'll see if the more intelligent members of the panel can pick your budget apart. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The picking apart time has come and gone, fortunately for your team. Thank you. Supervisor Baca.
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Matt and the team for putting together a great budget. It's fiscally responsible, it's on time, and you're always doing your projections and looking at, how can the county continue to be financially sound over the next several years. So I appreciate the great forecasting you've done, and the fact that you've made it very transparent. There's been 3 public hearings, so a lot of people have had an opportunity to comment, share concerns, anything that they were concerned with the budget. But I think just want to highlight a few things. One of the things that we do is we have a lot of capital projects, and one of the concerns is that we don't do enough for transportation. There's actually, within this budget, there's been 65 transportation projects identified, some in the works, some to come. So that's a lot of good thing, and this is countywide investments, not to mention the $40 million that we've allocated for housing and affordable housing within the budget the last couple of years. Those are good things. Those are good investments to try to deal with housing and homelessness. Even just in the highlights that you mentioned, the crisis treatment facilities to stabilize, many of our mental health services. I believe we have over 80 programs that behavioral health provides. And just to kind of put into magnitude, I know earlier we passed, 109 consent calendar items. We have almost a $10 billion budget. I don't think people put into perspective sometimes the amount of help the county does for our entire county. We help a lot of people. We make a big difference in a lot of people's lives. I think sometimes, we go through this consent calendar, but it's huge. It's huge, the amount of work that this board does to try to make sure that we service our residents. I think it's important to keep that in mind when we look at our budget. But it's just great work from the staff. We have good staff. They're very sensitive to our residents. They're very responsive to our residents. Now, is there going to be times we disagree on things? That's a great thing about the preamble of the Constitution. In order to form a perfect union, you're continuing to try to improve, and this county is continuing to try to improve based on the 200 NACO awards. You look at over the last few years, they've continued to get more and more awards, but just hats off to our team for doing a great job, and I just want to thank you for the good work.
Thank you.
Supervisor Armendariz.
I just want to echo everyone else's comments. Thank you guys, all the staff and everyone for basically putting us together a balanced budget that, keeps us solvent. But, more importantly, how we continue to, my counterpart here, Baca, couldn't have said it better going into some of those details, but, we are helping the most vulnerable in our communities. And to see that we are making those efforts to make sure that those people have that safety net, I just want to applaud you guys for all your great work.
Thank you. And also to complement what Supervisor Baca said, in addition to our citizens that we're taking care of, it's also our county family and our county employees. And we have a lot in here that will enable them to continue to do their job, whether we've added positions, whether we've increased compensation, where it needs to have been adjusted. And so it could be retirees medical trust. It could be an awful lot of things that we have to make sure that our employees are taken care of so that they can do the jobs for our residents. And so Matthew, to you and Robert and the entire team, I know it's a lot of questions from us over the course of the last 4 months, and we appreciate all your time and patience, and even up through this last weekend where I had questions. And it's a living document, right? We can adjust this, we tweak this. We have mid-year budget reviews. Natural disasters happen, things happen. Forecast may or may not always come in where we want them to be or over, and we can adjust. So if something gets left out of the budget that we forget, we can certainly add it in, and we can make tweaks and adjustments as we go throughout the year. So thank you very much for the flexibility with that and for all the work that you and your team have done.
Thank you very much.
We're going to move on to our public comment. We have a lot of speakers on today's budget item. I'm going to take the ones that need translation services first. Our public speakers will receive 3 minutes. If you're receiving translation services, that will be extended to a total of 6 minutes. And so, first up, I will call Jenny Ruiz, who will be followed by Blanca Lopez. Good morning.
On the way, the ones that require translation.
Okay. We'll start. I did. Let's start with, it was, I believe, Yini Ruiz, followed by Blanca Lopez. And while you're getting them together, we'll ask Jane Hunt-Rubel to come up and speak on the budget if Jane is with us. Good morning, Jane. Sorry to catch you off guard.
Yeah, that was a surprise. Anyway, I'm here. I was just looking over the recommended, budget, and a couple of items kind of caught my eye. One's the development assistance, and it says recommended budget advocates $6.1 million in one-time funding and $428,750 on ongoing funding to grow the capacity of the Land Use Services Department to assist property owners and builders in their efforts to aid, this is the part that really kind of concerned me, to aid to and add to and improve housing and commercial projects, probably like warehouses, within the county. Make the best use of land within the unincorporated areas. That one kind of I'm concerned about. So anyway, I just wanted to address that. And also the other one was public safety. Right now we're dealing with fireworks again. And I noticed we need more funding for real-time funding of enforcing the firework laws, ordinances, and the vendor laws too. They need enforcing. I'm tired of putting up with this, and it's starting again this year. They do it all through the year with the fireworks. And I just really want something done about it because you phone the sheriff department and they just say, you know, you have to see them do it. And so I gave up the past 2 weeks. I just don't even bother phoning because I don't know where they're coming from. So I'd really like it looked into. Somehow they can have some kind of an apparatus to show. Otherwise, these people are going to keep on getting away with it, the fireworks. So I'd really like that addressed, especially for our community in Muscoy, because one of these days, one of these bombs, like the M80s or whatever, they're going to destroy our neighborhood. It's just like being in Gaza. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So I know we had a number of speakers in our overflow area. So to repeat, we will start with our residents coming to speak that need translation services. They will be given 3 minutes for their public comment, followed by the translation portion of an additional 3 minutes. Our first request to speak that we have will be Yini Ruiz, followed by Blanca Lopez.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es Jenny Ruiz.
My name is Jenny Ruiz.
Propietaria de la tía Jenny y organizadora de la Quinta
I'm
Food Market.
owner of La Tía Jenny and organizer of La Quinta Food Market.
Estoy aquí para solicitar su apoyo en no aceptar la propuesta.
I'm here to seek for your help and for you to deny the proposal
La propuesta de crear un departamento
to
que no
create
soluciona nada a
a
un futuro.
department that does not help to solve any solutions in the near future.
La venta ambulante no necesita una reacción en su contra.
The street vendors do not need an adverse reaction against them.
Yo fui vendedora ambulante y hoy cuento con permisos TFF.
I was a street vendor and I do have the TFF certification.
Yo demoré 1 año tramitando mis permisos ya que no encontraba una guía adecuada en el 2022.
It took me a whole year for the process because I did not have any guides or any help to help me to do that.
Hoy soy organizadora
Now
de
I'm an
eventos
organizer
especiales.
of special events.
Pediría que ese fondo se utilizara para educar.
I would ask that those funds, those monetary funds, be used to educate.
Tienen que ser proactivos con ese recurso.
I ask you to be proactive with those monies, with those funds.
Inviertan en espacios, en guía personalizada.
Invest on those resources, on the personalized guides.
Hoy día hemos ayudado a muchos vendedores que pagan impuestos y eso es bueno para la economía.
We have helped many street vendors to do processing their licenses, and that is really good for the economy.
Muchas de esas personas no saben usar computadora y se les lleva de forma guiada.
I'm the voice. I need to speak for them. ¿Puede repetirlo?
Muchas de esas personas no saben usar computadora y se les lleva de forma personalizada.
So in many instances, those food vendors don't have the computer skills, so we have to take them ourselves in person.
Ya que tienen dificultades, este trabajo lo hacemos gratis.
And because that has become difficult for them, and we do that service for free, we do not charge.
Porque creemos fielmente en el resultado proactivo dándoles a la sociedad y ciudad vendedores calificados.
Because we believe in being proactive and providing the economy and the city with good resources and funds.
Apoyen la educación del vendedor. Gracias.
Please be proactive for the street vendors and be good for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next request to speak that I have will be from Blanca Lopez, followed by Claudia Cuevas.
Breaking off.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody.
Qué gusto ver a mucha gente aquí.
I'm glad to see everybody here.
Me da gusto hablar en frente de todos ustedes porque, bueno, yo vengo en representación de la Quinta Food Market.
I am happy to be in representation of the La Quinta Food Market. Very happy to be here.
Tengo muchos años de experiencia como vendedora ambulante, pero realmente no como vendedora ambulante, sino como un pequeño negocio establecido.
I have many years experience as a street vendor, also
Como un pequeño negocio
as a
establecido.
small business, owner of a small business.
Y como pequeño negocio establecido, sé que sí hay caminos para que los vendedores ambulantes puedan trabajar de manera legal en las ciudades del condado.
And as an owner of a small business, I know that there are many good avenues for the street vendors to provide their services and make a living in these different communities.
Entonces, me he enterado que van a poner dinero para solucionar el problema de los vendedores ambulantes y
So I have heard that there is a proposal to make a budget to help the street vendors.
me parece muy bien, pero
I think it's a really good idea,
tengo unas sugerencias para ustedes.
but I have suggestions.
Número uno,
One,
una cocina comercial.
a commercial kitchen.
Aquí en San Bernardino, en la ciudad de San Bernardino, no existe ninguna cocina comercial.
In the city of San Bernardino, we do not currently have a commercial kitchen.
Necesitamos una cocina
We need a kitchen
que tenga
that can provide and have
estaciones para cocinar,
different stations to be able to cook
que tengan espacios
with enough space
para poner carritos,
to provide for the food carts
que tenga para los eloteros, los tamaleros,
for the people, the merchants that sell elotes, tamales.
Entonces, hasta el momento no tenemos eso en Ciudad de San Bernardino.
So,
Entonces, no
currently,
podemos.
we don't have those resources here in San Bernardino.
Ese es uno de los obstáculos que los vendedores nos topamos cada día.
So those are the kind of obstacles that we street vendors face every day.
Pediría que esa cocina comercial
I would ask that commercial kitchen
sea proveída por la ciudad y el condado
is provided by the city and the county,
y que se nos dé tal vez a un bajo costo a los vendedores ambulantes.
and that it can be afforded at a low price for us, the vendors, right?
El segundo punto que me gustaría tocar
The second point I like to go over
es un departamento de educación.
is to create an education department.
Por ejemplo, cuando un vendedor va a la
example,
ciudad
When a vendor goes to the city,
a decir, oh, tengo un ticket,
to say, well, let's see, I have a ticket
que se le puede referir con la persona del departamento
that can be referred to the staff of the department
para que le puedan ayudar a seguir los pasos que tiene que hacer para hacerlo de manera legal.
so they can sort of guide them so that they can do the process and be able to sell their articles or their food in a legal manner.
So, no solamente decirle, oh, pues tienes que pagarlo y no hay de otra, ¿verdad?
And not just say, well, you just have to pay for this permit and that's it, and no other option.
Cuando hacen sus inspecciones para quitarle sus pertenencias,
When they do those inspections and they take away their wares and their food,
lo que a mí más me preocupa,
that is very worrisome for me
que yo sé lo que cuesta tener un equipo.
because I know how much it costs to have a cart and have all the required equipment.
En ese momento no solo le quiten las cosas,
So at that moment, they not only take away their things.
denles una lista de las cosas que tienen que hacer
So if you can provide us with a list of things to do that we must comply with,
a qué departamento se pueden dirigir, con qué persona en específico.
and a guide to indicate which part of the department we have to go to do the process and complete the permit.
Actualmente,
Right now,
la Quinta Food Market
La Quinta Food Market
ya lo está haciendo,
is doing it already,
al igual que Junior Foundation.
and also Junior Foundation.
Pero ha sido bastante largo el proceso,
It has been a very long process
pólizas que la ciudad y el condado escribe.
due to the policies and the rules that the city imposes on us.
¿Existe la posibilidad de las cocinas compartidas?
There is a possibility of a shared commercial kitchens,
lo cual también aumenta los costos de negocio de cada vendedor.
which will also will increase the cost of every street vendor.
Porque existe una aplicación extra que yo como vendedora y el restaurante tiene que llenar, que también tiene un fee.
There's an extra application that has to be completed that me and the vendors have to complete and also increases the fee.
El último punto,
The last point,
las pólizas que actualmente están escritas.
the current policies that are being imposed right now.
Un permiso TFF
There's a PFF permit.
es un evento de 15 días de venta en un
It's an
periodo.
event of a period of 15 days.
That's time.
Eso es todo. Se le cumplió el tiempo. Sí.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
And
very
for our speakers that we have awaiting, when there's 30 seconds left on your remaining time, it will flash orange and then it will flash red at the end of your time. Our next speaker is Claudia Cuevas, followed by Victor Poveda.
Hola, muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Claudia Cuevas,
Good morning. My name is Claudia Cuevas.
de la organización de CCAEJ. Centro Comunitario de Acción y Justicia Ambiental.
And I'm representing CCCBM.
No, AEJ.
CCAEJ. I'm representing that organization.
Mi nombre, como persona y comunidad, mi comentario el día de hoy,
As a member of this community, my comment today will be
que el condado de San Bernardino implemente la información y la traducción en idioma español.
is for me to request that the San Bernardino County implements everything that, as far as information for us, to be translated into English to Spanish.
En el sitio web el día de hoy,
On the webpage today,
la agenda no se encuentra en español.
today's program is not written in Spanish.
¿Cómo nuestra comunidad puede informarse
So how is it possible for our Spanish community to be informed about this?
de las aprobaciones que están pasando?
About
De las aprobaciones que están pasando.
the implementations that are being processed right now.
Si no podemos entender en nuestro idioma.
If we're not able to understand it in our language,
Los vendedores ambulantes
street vendors,
están tratando de hacer todo lo que la ciudad les pide.
street vendors are trying to do and comply with everything that the city is requesting them to do
Para que ellos puedan vender.
in order for them to be able to sell.
Es muy difícil
But it's very difficult
cuando no pueden recibir información en su idioma.
It's very difficult for them to comply when they don't receive the information required in their language, in Spanish,
O ir a una oficina
or be able to go to an office
y no tener a nadie que los pueda ayudar.
and not finding anybody who can help them
Son requerida en español.
with the required information being written in Spanish.
Es necesario que inviertan fondos
So it is necessary to invest funds
en la educación de los vendedores ambulantes.
and as far as education for the street vendors.
Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Victor Poveda, who will be followed by Juan Castro.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Víctor Pereda, pertenezco a una organización de Mexicanos Unidos del Inland Empire y vengo en apoyo a los vendedores en las calles.
Good morning. My name is Victor Pereda. I belong to the Association of Mexicanos Unidos del Inland Empire, and I'm here on behalf and supporting the street vendors.
Ya que nosotros, la comunidad de mexicanos, estamos acostumbrados a comer un buen taco.
As a community of Hispanics and Mexican community in this region, we're used to eating good meals. We're used to eating good quality tacos.
Nuestra comunidad ha crecido.
our community has grown.
Necesitamos también que nos tomen en cuenta.
So we need our leaders to notice us, to be aware of us.
Y pues que no los ataquen en las
And
calles.
we don't want to be attacked in the streets. I'm talking about the street vendors.
Que los procesen, que les den chance que no se los lleven así, porque nosotros estamos mirando en las calles y se ve muy feo cómo los atacan.
We want them, the community, we want our street vendors to be protected. We want them to be given a chance to make a living. We, as regular people, we see what's going on, and it's ugly the way they're being treated.
He mirado cómo les quitan sus cosas.
I see how they remove their things, their cars, they take them away.
Nietos me preguntan a mí, papi, Grandpa, ¿qué hizo él? ¿Por qué lo están quitando sus cosas?
My grandkid asks me, when he sees that, he asks me, Grandpa, why are they taking their things? Why are they pushing them? Why are they doing this to them?
Pienso que las cosas que lleven un buen sentido van a tener un buen final.
So I think if you do the things the right way, you will have a good ending also.
La comunidad entiende
Our community does understand
que si hay que sacar un permiso y estar legal, que lo hagan. Nomás
that they understand that if you need a permit to operate, I want them to do it.
nada más necesitan orientación
All they need is good guidance
y una oportunidad para empezar un negocio pequeño.
and an opportunity for them to start a small business.
Es todo. Muchas gracias.
That is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Juan Castro, who will be followed by Mardoqueo Monroy.
Madam Chair, I think we're still looking for Mr. Castro, so maybe if we could go forward to the next speaker.
Okay. Do we have Mardoqueo Monroy? Thank you.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning.
Para todos en esta sala.
To everybody in this room.
Hemos escuchado que el condado de San Bernardino va a aprobar $400,000 para los vendedores informales.
We have heard that there is a proposal budget of $400,000 that you guys are going to authorize
Para armarlos de equipo y de armarlos ustedes como equipo.
for that budget for the street vendors and for you to help them as a team.
Y desarmarnos a nosotros como vendedores ambulantes, que nosotros contribuimos con la economía en San Bernardino.
But I think it's going to break us as street vendors, as a group, and it's going to affect our economy in San Bernardino.
Eso nada más es muy bueno para ustedes, pero malo para nosotros.
So it is a good thing for you guys, but it is actually bad for us.
Eso va a incrementar a más pobreza en San Bernardino. Eso va a contribuir a más pobreza en San Bernardino.
So I think this proposal is going to contribute to more poverty here in San Bernardino.
Necesitamos más lugares para poder educar a los vendedores ambulantes.
We need more places in order for us to educate more street vendors.
Para poder crecer como emprendedores, como comerciantes, como empresarios.
Because we need to grow as people, as investors, as business people, as street vendors.
Eso solo contribuiría a que nuestras familias no tengan la educación que necesitan como universitarios nuestros hijos.
So this proposal, I think, is going to affect in a negative way, our ability as street vendors to educate our families, to grow our kids, to help them go to college.
Aportamos para la economía,
We do provide for the economy.
aportamos con nuestros impuestos.
We do we pay our taxes.
Hay muchas formas como poder educarnos, empezando como nosotros los vendedores ambulantes.
There is many ways that many avenues where you can provide help to us and educate us.
Y como la
street vendors.
Y como la educación también a los que nos persiguen en las calles quitándonos nuestras cosas.
and also educating the people that come to us and they take away our cards and our wares.
No nos miran como seres humanos, nos miran como extraterrestres y sería
They don't see us as human beings, actually. They see us like extraterrestrial people.
queremos más apoyo para nosotros, mejor educación, mejores lugares para poder nosotros desarrollarnos como humanos.
So we need more help. We need more support and more places so that we can operate and where we can make a decent living and just be able to live as human beings.
Estamos viendo un claro ejemplo con la Quinta Food Market como un éxito y un logro que se ha logrado desde hace mucho tiempo. Muchas gracias.
We're actually seeing La Quinta Market as a success story and the way for everybody to follow so that we can have a successful process for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up to speak, I'm going to call Ruben Mendoza, who will be followed by Alma Lopez.
I don't believe Mr. Mendoza needs interpreting.
He does or does
No,
not?
does not.
Okay. He just signed up late, so I don't have him electronically. I don't know if he needs translation or not. Do we have Alma Lopez ready? No. And Ruben is en route? Okay. How about Edith Barahona? Okay.
Ya. Ok, buenos días,
Good
buenas
morning.
tardes.
Or good evening.
Pues mi nombre es Alma López.
My name is Alma Lopez.
Permítame. Andaba buscando a la persona que seguía y era yo.
I didn't know I was next.
Estamos aquí para apoyar a los vendedores ambulantes.
We're here in support of the street vendors.
Yo soy una de ellas,
I'm one
pero
of them.
gracias a Dios ya estamos, pues ya tenemos todos los permisos. Como
But
ustedes.
fortunately, we do have all the permits required.
Como ustedes le llamarían, ya estamos legalizados.
As you would call it, we're legalized.
Aunque pienso que todos estamos legalizados,
However, I do think that we are all legalized.
solamente nos falta la educación
All we're lacking is education
y la oportunidad que ustedes nos puedan brindar para nosotros poder seguir el proceso debido que ustedes, repito, lo llaman legal, pero somos
and the support that we need from you so that you can guide us in this process so that we can complete all the certification process so that we can be called legal.
porque lo que nosotros vendemos es legal.
Because what we sell is legal.
Nosotros no estamos vendiendo nada que pueda dañar a las personas.
We're not selling things that might damage the people.
Nosotros ofrecemos un servicio el cual ayudamos a la persona a conectar con su cultura.
We offer a service that helps the people, our customers, to connect with their culture.
También esto se volvió una necesidad para muchos de nosotros, que fue nuestra única, nuestra única opción para poder solventar los gastos de nuestras familias.
For a lot of us, this way of making a living has become a necessity. The only way that we can make a living in order for us to help our families, our kids in this economy.
Entonces, cuando ustedes salen a la calle y van y pues de cierta manera criminalizan a los vendedores, dándoles multas muy altas, confiscando sus equipos, lo cuales ustedes deberían de saber cuánto cuesta.
So when you go out and you criminalize us by taking our stuff, our carts, issuing citations to us with very high citation prices, you criminalize us.
Esto que a nosotros que hoy tuvimos la oportunidad, gracias a las organizaciones como ICIJ, que nos han ayudado a educarnos.
Well, now for some of us who've been able to legalize our permits, and thanks to the organizations like ICIJ, who has helped us, guide us,
tenemos la oportunidad de haber comprado nuestro equipo, sacado nuestros permisos.
we've had the chance to be able to buy our equipment, to get our permits issued to us.
Somos sus vecinos de aquí de La Quinta y
We are the neighbors here for La Quinta.
estamos queriendo que todos tengan la oportunidad, pero necesitan ustedes,
But we wish for everybody, all the street vendors, to have the same opportunity.
en vez de darles sanciones. Ustedes no pueden sancionar a alguien sin conocer sus necesidades. ¿Cómo
So
pueden resolver un
we
problema?
Espérame. We want you to refrain from issuing citations. And how can you issue a citation without knowing the real need of that person? How can you do that?
Para poder dar solución a algo necesitas saber la necesidad, hacer parte a esas personas de la solución.
In order to find the answer to any issue, you have to get to know the person. You have to know their needs. You have to know what they need.
Necesitamos el apoyo de ustedes
So we
para
need your
levantar estas.
We need your support in order for us to provide and make the city grow.
Nosotros estamos trabajando para progresar esta ciudad, hacerla improve esta ciudad.
We are working to make this city grow, to make it better.
Les puedo hacer mención de los comentarios que nuestros clientes de aquí, de esta misma área de alrededor, nos hacen.
I can cite all the good comments that all the customers that we've had in this area nearby have told us.
Nos dicen que qué bueno que estemos creando lugares como este,
They tell us that it's a very good thing that we have created places such as where we work,
donde las familias puedan ir a disfrutar de un tiempo de diversión,
where families can gather up and have a fun time,
donde puedan pasar un momento a gusto familiar sin preocuparse,
where they can spend some time, having fun, just getting together without worrying,
donde puedan disfrutar ellos que estén seguros con sus familias.
in a place where they can have fun and just pass a good time without any worrying and with their family safe.
Necesitamos más lugares como estos. San Bernardino parece una ciudad fantasma
time.
y necesitamos.
If you may finish her thought.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Edith Barahona, followed by Ruben Mendoza.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es Edith Barahona.
My name is Edith Barahona.
Soy residente de la ciudad de San Bernardino.
I'm a resident of the city of San Bernardino.
Yo soy vendedora ambulante
I'm a street vendor.
y les quería decir que las ventas ambulantes son para los inmigrantes una manera de sacar adelante a la familia.
And I want you to know that being a street vendor, the sales from that is
De salir de la pobreza.
just a means for us immigrants to make a decent living and to not be in poverty.
Si nos evitan hacer el negocio como vendedora ambulante, creo que
If you stand in between us as a street vendors trying to make a decent living,
llevaría a las familias a más pobreza
that would drive the families to even more poverty.
y a no tener para pagar la casa.
And we wouldn't have any monies to pay the mortgage.
Yo veo que las autoridades tratan a los vendedores ambulantes como criminales, pero no lo somos.
I've seen the authorities, the police treats street vendors like criminals when we are not.
Por ejemplo, yo he querido tener un restaurante
For example, I've been wanting to open up a restaurant,
pero no lo he podido hacer porque no tengo los medios económicos.
but I haven't been able to do it because I don't have the monetary means.
Los permisos son caros
The permits are very expensive,
y los locales para rentar son carísimos.
and the establishment, the places to rent are very expensive.
Para comenzar un negocio establecido necesitaríamos como mínimo $50,000 para comenzar.
In order to start a small business, you need about $50,000 just to
Tenemos.
start. When we don't have that money.
Si lo tuviéramos
If we did.
todos los vendedores ambulantes, tuviéramos un local de renta, pero no podemos, económicamente no podemos.
If we had that money, all the street vendors would be in a local establishment, but we don't have that money.
Pero somos personas de bien,
However,
educadas,
we're good people.
educadas.
However, with good people, we're humble, we have education.
Yo creo que merecemos respeto
I think we deserve respect.
y la ciudad yo creo que el condado nos puede ayudar
And I believe that the county can help us
poniendo locales a bajo costo que nosotros los podamos pagar.
designing or establishing places where
Que-
we can get established at a low cost,
Que
where we
tuviera,
can operate.
como a mí que me gusta la comida, que tuviera una cocinita, un lavabo y que yo todo lo necesario allí y a bajo costo de renta. Y yo
So it would be very appreciative if, like for example, myself, they can establish or afford me a little kitchen with a faucet and all the requirements so that I can operate.
eso ayudaría mucho.
That would help a lot.
Porque aunque, por ejemplo, en mi caso,
In my case, for example,
yo tengo avanzada edad. Si yo me voy a buscar un trabajo, no me dan por mi edad.
I'm age-wise, I'm pretty up there. So if I go and look for a job, nobody's going to hire me.
Pero para hacer un negocio de comida no hay edad. A cualquier edad podemos hacerlo.
But as far as a food business, a small business, anybody can do it. I can do it.
Y los trabajos se los dan a las personas jóvenes. Personas mayores como yo no nos dan trabajo.
Regular jobs are given to the young people. People like me with advanced age, they don't hire me anymore.
Y esta sería una fuente de trabajo porque ustedes, el gobierno agarraría más dinero de impuestos si nos dan la oportunidad de trabajar, porque trabajamos con nuestras manos.
So if the county or the city would give us the chance, us people in advanced age, to be able to work, it would work beneficially for both parties. We would be able to pay taxes and we would be able to make a living also.
Y qué bueno que ustedes nos dan la oportunidad de escucharnos, porque de esta reunión va a salir algo bueno, muy bueno.
I'm very happy that you are willing to hear us because I know there's something good is going to happen out of this.
Yo les agradezco la atención que nos han puesto y que
I
nos hayan
appreciate-
escuchado.
I appreciate all the attention that you've given us and for you to have heard us.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ruben Mendoza, who will be followed by Veronica Roman.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ruben Mendoza, and I am the Housing Associate with Uplift San Bernardino. And we are a collective impact initiative focused on the cultivation of the next successful generation to build their roots here in the city of San Bernardino. And I'd like to first start off by thanking the county and its staff for preparing this budget for us and hosting this hearing. I'd like to give you a quick statistic that will lead you into my ask. Recently, the California Housing Partnership put out their Affordable Housing Needs Report, and San Bernardino County is seeing a 63% decrease in state and federal funding in affordable housing. And so my ask to the county and cities as well is that it's my understanding that much of the tax revenue generated from cannabis is mostly discretionary spending. I would like to propose that cities look into a revolving loan fund for this cannabis tax to be put into a revolving loan fund so that zero to low interest construction loans can be issued to affordable housing developers. Beyond that, I wanted to say that the way that we procure affordable housing right now is affordable to the consumer, but in order for affordable housing to even come online, it's incredibly expensive to begin with. And so we have to start thinking outside of the box, and we need to have local government act as both a financing institution and a regulator of affordable housing. Beyond that, another ask that I also have is there needs to be more community awareness and education as to how residents can retain community ownership of residential and commercial property. If we want to prevent gentrification and displacement of the people that live here right now, we have to give them all the tools necessary to build their knowledge and capacity to retain their own housing. We need local government to step in and take housing off of the speculative market and recognize it as a basic human right. Housing is the basic foundation for anyone to have a successful life. If you want someone to go to school, have a good family, you need a house that is safe and affordable. And without that, it's impossible for anyone to feel that self-efficacy and the empowerment to better themselves and those around them. Beyond that, I'm asking you to do it for myself and the generation that will come after me. Today, we brought our interns from Uplift San Bernardino that are sitting in this section of the room. These are local interns from the city of San Bernardino who are recently graduated from high school and are working their way to go to college, and some are in college right now. If it wasn't for them, I think it's...
That's time.
Thank you very much. Veronica Roman, followed by Olga Flores.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Verónica Román,
My name is Veronica Roman.
organizadora comunitaria
I'm community organizer
de la Coalición Justicia para Inmigrantes.
of the Coalition Justicia para Inmigrantes.
Mi
Justice
comentario
for Immigrants.
pudiera sonarles muy repetitivo,
Maybe my comments will be repetitive,
pero el tema de hoy y por el motivo que estamos aquí
but the subject matter, the reason why we are here today,
es por la creación del programa contra los vendedores ambulantes ilegales.
is for the creation of the proposal against the food vendors, legal food vendors.
Como organización y como comunidad,
As an organization, as a community,
nos oponemos a este departamento principalmente
we are opposed to this proposal mainly
por el nombre que lleva a cabo Departamento contra los Vendedores Ambulantes Ilegales.
because of the title that has been given to this proposal, which is program against illegal food vendors.
Creemos que el lenguaje del nombre del programa
We believe that the title of the name of the program
y la descripción de los puestos que planean financiar
and the description of the places of work that they plan on financing
hacen evidente que la financiación del programa
they make it evident that the financing of the program
abrirá la puerta a tácticas
will open the door to tactics
y la aplicación de la ley agresiva que el condado ha utilizado en el pasado.
and the application of aggressive protocols and laws that the city or the county has applied in the past.
El mismo lenguaje del Departamento contra los Vendedores Ambulantes Ilegales
The same language that used against the illegal food vendors
nos hace creer que el condado pueda estar adoptando una postura más agresiva
will make us believe that the county is thinking about adopting an aggressive tactics against food vendors
contra los vendedores ambulantes y puede participar en prácticas que van en contra de la ley estatal.
and the county or the city may get involved in illegal or aggressive tactics that goes against the community.
Nosotros como organización y comunidad
We as organizers, as a community,
Queremos que dentro de este departamento
we wish that within this department,
podamos tener un papel muy significativo
we wish that we can have a say into this, an important say, decision making,
ya que los vendedores ambulantes han trabajado muy cerca con estas organizaciones
because the reason is the street vendors have worked very closely with these organizations.
y han tomado muy de cerca la confianza, la empatía
And they have become very aware. They've shown empathy. They've shown,
la empatía
and they have shown their trust to these organizations. They've shown empathy.
Creemos que se trabajaría mejor
I believe that we would work better.
Por otra parte, desafortunadamente, estas mismas comunidades
Unfortunately, these same communities
son víctimas desproporcionadamente de crímenes y violencia,
are victims in a great way of violence.
especialmente la mayoría de vendedores ambulantes son asaltados,
Many of the street vendors are assaulted.
Si realmente el condado invirtiera en reducir el crimen y la violencia,
If the county was really to invest in fighting crime and reduce violence,
no debería permitir la creación de un departamento contra los vendedores ambulantes ilegales.
they wouldn't allow for any program to be authorized against the operation from the food vendors in this community.
Necesitamos que parte de este dinero, de este programa,
We want that part of this budget, of this money for this program,
se pueda utilizar en educación,
can be used to educate
tanto para trabajadores que ya están en el condado,
for the workers that are currently working for the county,
como para vendedores ambulantes.
as well as for the food vendors.
Necesitamos y exigimos que se abran nuevas comisarías
We ask and we request that you can up new departments
y que se restablezcan las que ya están establecidas.
and for you to pay more attention on the ones that have been already been established.
También estamos pasando por una crisis económica
We are going through an economic crisis
que no deja otra oportunidad a los vendedores ambulantes de trabajo.
which doesn't allow the street food vendors to seek a different type of employment.
That's time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next request to speak is from Olga Flores, followed by Gabriela Nunez.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Olga Flores, organizadora con la Coalición Justicia para Inmigrantes.
Good afternoon. My name is Olga Flores. I am representing a coalition for the Justicia para los Inmigrantes.
Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice. Nuestros vendedores ambulantes no son ilegales. Ellos
Street vendors
simplemente,
are not illegal. They are only.
ellos simplemente venden de manera informal por no tener permisos.
All they do is they sell their food in an informal way because they don't have the permits.
La Coalición Justicia para Inmigrantes trabajamos con más organizaciones en todo el estado de California en el 2022 para pasar la ley SB 972.
The Coalición para la Justicia para los Inmigrantes, we are working throughout the state in order, since the year 2022, in order to help to pass the proposal law SB 972.
Es una pena que el condado de San Bernardino aún no haya implementado esta ley y trabajar para darles la educación a los vendedores.
It is very unfortunate that the county of San Bernardino has not been able yet to pass this law in order to help the food vendors and also provide for the education of these food vendors in their workshops.
Y la educación verdadera a los vendedores y no sus talleres que dan donde no informan mucho.
And also not provide for the guidance for the street vendors to provide information on how to set up their workshops and no information to help them navigate this process.
A diferencia de lo que está haciendo el Condado de Los Ángeles, que ha invertido $7 millones para apoyar la educación, la divulgación y la asistencia técnica.
That is a very big difference compared to the County of Los Angeles, who have invested more than $7 million for the street vendors and for the education and the assistance, technical assistance for them. They're working with organizations like ourselves.
Y está trabajando con organizaciones como nosotros para otorgar apoyo y alcance completo a los vendedores ambulantes que están entrando en la economía local de su condado.
And they are working, the LA County is working actually with our organizations, and all they do is try to reach out to the street vendors in order to provide them for more ease of processes to get their permits approved and provide for the local economy.
Es hora de que ustedes inviertan en programas donde los vendedores aprendan cómo obtener sus permisos.
It is time that this county starts to invest monies and funds to help the local food vendors and helping them and teaching them how to obtain their permits.
Por eso estoy hoy aquí para pedirles no financien la creación de un programa contra los vendedores ambulantes.
That is why I'm here today to ask you not to approve the proposal of program against the street vendors' illegal sales of food.
Un programa como este solo impactará a nosotros y a la comunidad en una manera negativa.
A proposal such as that would only affect us negatively as a community and as people.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next request to speak is from Gabriela Nunez, who will be followed by Juan Castro. This will be a last call for Juan Castro.
Hola, mi nombre es Gabriela Núñez.
Hi, my name is Gabriela Nunez.
Agradezco que se tomen el tiempo para escucharnos.
I appreciate you for giving us the time to hear us.
Esto quiere decir
That means
que en realidad ustedes
that in fact,
quieren apoyar a los vendedores en lugar de promover algo negativo hacia ellos.
that in fact you guys are here to support us, street vendors, and provide a good outcome for us instead of a negative one.
Sería bonito que pudieran llegar a un acuerdo con ellos.
It would be nice if you can reach some type of agreement with the street vendors.
Y que en lugar de utilizar esos recursos que ustedes tienen,
And that instead of using that budget money that you guys have
en contra de los vendedores,
against the street vendors,
los utilizaran para algo bueno,
I hope that you can use that budget money to do something good,
para educación o reubicarlos en un lugar estable.
either to educate them or to relocate them to a stable place.
Que los pudieran ayudar
I wish I could help them
para que ellos mismos generen sus ingresos
so that they can make a living,
en lugar
make their money,
de ir a pedir ayuda al condado o al gobierno.
instead of those same people going to the government and asking for assistance.
En lugar de que ellos hagan eso,
So instead of them doing that,
permitan que ellos mismos generen su ingreso.
please allow these street vendors to make their own living.
Eso ayudaría a la economía.
That's going to help the economy.
Y si se ponen a ver allá afuera,
And if you can notice outside,
la situación está muy triste.
out there, the situation is very sad.
¿Por qué? Porque hay mucho desempleo,
Because unemployment is high,
las rentas están por los cielos,
the rents are sky high,
y si en lugar de apoyarlos,
and if instead of supporting these people,
los agreden,
you attack them
no permitiendo permisos o reubicarlos en un lugar estable,
by not approving their permits, applications, or not providing a stable place of work,
les están quitando la oportunidad
you are removing their chance
de que ellos mismos
for them
luchen por su patrimonio,
for them to gain and make their own means of living.
sería bueno que llegaran a un acuerdo con ellos
So it would be good if you can reach a good agreement with them.
y que les pudieran otorgar esos permisos que ellos necesitan.
And it would be good if you can facilitate those permits that they need to operate.
Y así se evitaría más violencia.
We would avoid more violence.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Juan Castro, who will be followed by Keisha Collier. And Juan is the last request to speak that needs translation services that I'm aware of. So if we have anyone else needing translation services, Jessica, if you'd let me know. Thank you.
Sí, hola, buenas tardes, días. Mi nombre es Iván.
Good morning, my name is Ivan.
Pertenezco aquí al condado de San Bernardino.
I live here in the county of San Bernardino.
Y pues que no me quería ir sin dar mi testimonio.
I don't want to go home without making a comment.
Que estoy, que no estoy de acuerdo que apoyen, que hagan ese programa.
That I'm not in agreement of you authorizing that program.
Aunque yo ya tuve mis permisos,
Even though I already have my permits,
que otros compañeros así como yo los obtengan.
I want my colleagues, people like me, I want them to also get their permits authorized.
Vivan de otra forma.
And they can be afforded to make a living in a different way.
Y que sí se puede sin vivir y trabajar sin con los permisos y que es otra manera muy diferente.
I want them to realize and to become aware that they will be able to make a good living and to live in a different way, a different lifestyle when they have their permits. It is possible.
Sí, eso es todo, nada más eso. Y
And that would be all.
gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. That is the last requested to speak that I have regarding translation services. So we will now move on, and we have about 20 speakers left on the budgeting items. And so what I would like to do is I would like to finish out this public hearing as well as all the additional public hearings for our budgeting items, and then the board will recess for approximately 30 minutes before we continue the agenda items after budgeting. So our next speaker is Keisha Collier, who will be followed by Christian Flores.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Keisha Collier, and I am a resident of the High Desert and also a member of the organization IE United. I'm here to comment on the county's recommended budget for the upcoming fiscal year. I'm disappointed to see the 2024-2025 recommended budget allocates 40% of discretionary funding, approximately $620 million, to the Sheriff's Department, criminal prosecution, and probation services, while a mere 1.13%, about $1.9 million, of discretionary general funding is allocated to Community Revitalization Group responsible for housing the homeless programs. The proposed budgets are directed towards criminal prosecution, probation services, and the Sheriff's Department, while severely underfunding critical areas, again, such as housing and homeless initiatives, translation and interpretation services and resources, economic development and infrastructure, and programs and resources that assist community members returning from incarceration. Further, we call the board to enhance transparency through the budget cycle, as well as expand opportunities to participate for public participation, engagement, and feedback in the county's budgeting process. Thank you for what you've done so far this year. For example, developing comprehensive community engagement programs and plans that aim to increase transparency and include workshops, public forums, and digital platforms to gather input from a diverse cross-section of the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next request to speak that I have is from Christian Flores, who will be followed by Desiree Sanchez.
use two or just that one?
Either podium is fine.
Is this on? Oh, hi. My name is Christian Flores, community organizer with Inland Congregations United for Change and resident of City of San Bernardino, Ward 2. I'm here to speak on behalf of the county budget, and I agree with a lot of what my colleagues, Ruben and Keisha, had brought up, in addition to sharing a lot of the concerns by many of the food vending laborers. And I empathize with them to a large extent because as a result of my work and involvement in the community, I know that a lot of the Spanish-speaking or Hispanic, Latino communities and families within the city of San Bernardino, even if they are not food vendors, they do compose a lot of the economy that locally operates within the city. Even as tenants and residents, because a lot of them cannot afford the down payment on houses because of the lack of affordable housing, but because those opportunities are just not available to them. And as such, they are also extremely vulnerable to predatory practices from landlords and folks who are the ones that are basically relegated being the responsible parties in terms of playing a role in the economy. So I just want to lift that and I guess challenge the county in terms of really analyzing how the different communities that exist within the city and the county of San Bernardino operate, and how we can think about different solutions, both in terms of like how we interact with the economy and how we actually can impact it as opposed to being victims to it in that sense. I guess for me, like I would suggest creative use of surplus land and vacant lots for the sake of creations of affordable housing, reconsidering outdated zoning, specifically where folks that are impacted, because historically affordable housing is built in industrial zones, which means that those folks are also impacted by negative health risks as a result of being next to those industrial zones. But there's so many different layers to a lot of the issues and that are interconnected in the way that we interact with the economy, and it's time that we look at ways to operate outside of the speculative market to be able to hold it accountable and hold it in check, as opposed to making our community members victims of a market that they're being
That's
excluded.
time.
Thank you very much. Desiree Sanchez, followed by Sonia Gray.
Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, my name is Desiree Sanchez. I'm a San Bernardino County resident for more than 10 years. I'm a homeowner in Wrightwood, California. Go Wrightwood. Just wanted to go over a few facts. I'm also a staff member of the ACLU of Southern California. Thank you. And a member of the Inland Region Housing Justice Coalition. To go over just a few facts with you regarding the recommended budget, you all mentioned that you had about 3 meetings before this to allow the community to participate. Well, the line item recommended budget was only dropped a couple weeks ago. So technically the community, this is our first time to come to talk to you about the line item recommendation budget. And we're asking for more than just 1 day. Number 2, less than $2 million, 0.13% of discretionary general funding is allocated to housing and homeless programs, while 40% is allocated to the sheriff, prosecution, and probation. That's $620 million. That's a big difference. Number 3, we are requesting additional funding to 3 proven methods of housing first programs: low barrier, non-congregate, and permanent housing. Number 4, we are requesting a minimum of 4 town hall community meetings for the public in your districts. that are in the evenings or the weekends that are accessible to your hardworking constituents. And finally, number 5, the 5 of you, Board of Supervisors, have the superpowers to shift the funding to essential services such as mental health, rehabilitation, bridge and road repairs. And then finally, please use your superpowers to block the funding to the illegal, discriminatory, proposed illegal street vending program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Sonia Gray, followed by Art Nuno.
Hi, can you hear me? Greetings. My name is Sonia Gray Hunn. I'm with the Congregations Organized for Prophetic Engagement as a community organizer, and also I sit on multiple coalitions such as Just SB and a Regional Housing Justice Coalition. And I'm just not going to name all those. But one of the things, just as folks already mentioned, that we look at the county budget, we appreciate all the work that have been done, but we know there's so much more to be done. When we look at and see how much is going towards our sheriff department, even though we know that public service and safety is very important, but we also know that we can really decrease some of the needs of those services if we could actually try to house folks. We know that there's programs and services that's taking place, but and then we hear also from the HOPE team that they go out and they talk to our unhoused community members or those at risk, and they being denied services. But when we talking to them, they saying, yes, we would love the service, but also we want something that reflect us. We need to kind of get away from just be happy that you're being offered something, because we have to remember these are adults that we're talking to, people who have, regardless what happened in their lives, that they want dignity. They want something that they can feel pride of. And I'm coming from a place of being unhoused myself, coming from having a drug addiction for 26 years, crack cocaine, and I know what that means to be looked upon as if it wasn't anything. Now, moving forward, changed my life, but I still see so many folks with so many potential that people don't no longer see value in. So one of the things that, as my counterparts already mentioned, we have to be intentional how we're looking at this budget, the programs and services that we are offering to our community members, not one size fit all. Part of my work as a community organizer in housing justice, I track legislation at the state level, looking at bills and legislation, and looking at what can actually be done. We know there are a lot of bills have passed in the last couple years that have the meat and to the bones that we can add to our city. But we have to be intentional saying what policies and legislation have passed that we can actually implement it from the state level down to our regional and city level. We don't have to recreate the wheel. The policies are there, the funding is there. We just got to be intentional on how we're using the funding, how we actually having conversations with those who's directly impacted or formerly incarcerated, those who have just had made bad choices in their lives or just had bad things that happen as far as the housing crashes. And we see so many of our seniors out here on the streets that just could not afford this high rent at this time. We're not going to change the rent protocol until we start building affordable housing. There's multiple ways. We know we have surplus land.
Thank you very much. We have Andres Nuno, followed by Fidel Chagoya.
Hi, my name is Andres Nuno. I'm here to urge you guys to not fund the illegal street vendor program. Street vendors are pretty much the most accessible way for immigrants and low-income people to support their families. And are we not in a market economy driven by its people? Yet you aim to end these businesses that are driven by our people. When I was in middle school, I decided I wanted to sell things because I always had an entrepreneur spirit. It brought money to the table, and it was something that I loved to do. And I miss it every single day. The only reason why I stopped was because I was threatened with police action as a child, trying to sell prepackaged items just to bring a little bit more money to the table. Many people that I know have had their merchandise thrown away and their carts damaged. those carts and those equipment that we bring, that we buy with our own money is quite expensive and quite expensive to maintain. When I was trying to do it through the legal way and get a permit, I was not allowed to. I went through the process and I was not allowed to. I recommend that this funding be better used to establish vendor markets like La Quinta, because they are legitimate businesses and they deserve the same rights as any others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Fidel Chagoya.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I believe Mr. Chagoya left.
I'm sorry.
I believe Mr. Chagoya has left. If we could go ahead and call the next speaker.
Tori Funk.
I believe that is Tori Funk would be the next speaker.
Good morning, Chair Rowe and members of the board. My name is Tori Funk, and I am a law student and am currently interning at the ACLU of Southern California. Today, I'm here to urge the board to enact substantial changes to the proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year so that it better serves San Bernardino's vulnerable residents. First, the current allocation of funds for housing initiatives in the recommended budget falls drastically short of meeting the urgent need of over 4,200 unhoused individuals in the county. With a mere 0.13% of discretionary funding allocated to the community revitalization group responsible for housing and homelessness programs, compared to the substantial 40% dedicated to the law and justice group responsible for policing and prosecution, the disparity is glaring. To rectify this, it's important to reallocate funding to support more long-term permanent housing initiatives. Research shows that Housing First solutions, which provide long-term affordable housing with necessary supportive services, are the most effective ways to end homelessness. While there are some positive steps in the current budget, they are not enough. We need more permanent housing projects like the Pacific Village Expansion Project and non-congregate shelters like the Fontana Hotel Conversion Project. Second, the budget allocates $400,000 to enforcement against street vendors. Rather than penalizing these small business owners striving to make a living, many whom are people of color and immigrants, this funding should be used to assist them with fair and accessible permits, training, and resources to thrive. Lastly, the county must improve its budget process for greater transparency and public participation. The current timeline for public input is insufficient, offering little time for residents to review and provide feedback on the budget, especially given that it's only available in English. We recommend adopting a process that includes more opportunities for public engagement and more time for the community to understand and respond to the proposed budget. This hearing is the sole chance for in-person public participation since the publication of the line item budget. It is taking place on a Tuesday during work hours, effectively excluding most working class residents from providing in-person input on the budget funded by their tax dollars. In conclusion, I urge the board to prioritize long-term housing solutions and improve public engagement in the budgeting process. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Margaret Cassian from Green Valley Lake.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon. I really appreciate seeing provisions included in the executive summary and recommended budget for a high desert animal shelter. Page 2 of the budget under community services, enhancing veterinary care at county animal shelters. It seems like the vet that visits DeVore Animal Shelter visits 3 days a week for at least 100+ dogs and 20 to 60 cats. Such a high volume that ailments sometimes get overlooked. It would be great to increase time spent on the cats, especially ones categorized as rescue only. Page 2, number of priority capital investments, including the establishment of a reserve for the future purchase of construction of an animal shelter to serve residents of the high desert communities. Thank you for putting this in. Very positive. Page 14 of the budget under capital, a $10 million allocation to the existing animal shelter reserve for a primary purpose of setting aside funds for a high desert animal shelter. Page 197, staffing, 5 of the requested positions will be to support the ongoing efforts of enhancing expanded services for animal care. Page 197, an increase of 1.8 million in ongoing discretionary general funding for animal care. Trap, neuter, vaccinate, return community cat program, pilot pet foster program. Not an expert on reading budgets, but would I be wrong to assume that some of the money in the budget will be designated to trap, neuter, vaccinate, and release programs, as well as free or affordable spay and neuter for residents of the high desert? Page 413, DeVore Animal Shelter repairs, hoping this includes an auxiliary structure. Page 482, increased number of public-private collaborations with nonprofit animal rescue group partners. Not an expert on what this means, but could the county explore shelter-to-shelter transfers, working with Oregon Humane Society Second Chance program, developing a relationship with the counties in this state that are no-kill? Department of Public Health does a great job. I don't have any complaints about them. I really appreciate all the hard work that the Board of Supervisors does. It does not go unnoticed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deborah Bollinger, who will be followed by Art Ruiz.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Deborah Bollinger. I'm a county resident from Joshua Tree. I am concerned that the budget as proposed is not balanced toward the needs of the Morongo Basin and the tens of thousands of us who live in unincorporated areas who have historically been ignored and underserved. Our tax monies are being allocated disproportionately to law enforcement while neglecting basic needs such as affordable housing, mental health, and other community resources for the unhoused and people who are struggling. It is disturbing to me that so much of the discretionary budget will go to the Sheriff's Department, along with criminal prosecution and probation. Sheriff Dykes himself recently identified a critical need for support services. And I quote, "Our social safety net is not working and needs to be strengthened," Sheriff Dykes stated after deputies shot and killed a 15-year-old autistic boy. He was one of 2 young people in crisis to be shot by deputies this year. There is no reason for law enforcement to be the ones that end up having to get involved in these crises, Sheriff Dykes said. The county should shift some of that funding toward community-based safety initiatives that focus on prevention and mental health support, as well as housing and homelessness programs, which will receive only a fraction of 1%, $1.9 million of the discretionary budget, if it is approved as recommended. It's always been difficult making a living in the Morongo Basin, and it has gotten harder since investors have turned affordable housing units into vacation rentals. The county has contributed to the problem by refusing to put caps on short-term rentals here. We have yet to see any accounting of how much money was collected from our transient occupancy taxes and where those monies went. The county should enhance transparency throughout the budget cycle, as well as to expand opportunities for public participation, engagement, and feedback in the county's budgeting process. There was a time when I first moved to Joshua Tree that I felt we got a fair amount of services for our tax money. And many of us moved to the high desert, attracted by the affordable homes and wide open spaces. My neighborhood had a volunteer fire station. The community had a chamber of commerce. We developed our own community plan and had a municipal advisory council that brought representatives together from all of the unincorporated areas of Morongo Basin to discuss our concerns and present them to the county. 25 years later, that is all gone, and this county budget does not represent our local priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Art Ruiz, followed by Brian Sanchez. Art Ruiz? Brian Sanchez then. And next up, we'll have Juvenal Estrada.
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much for your time and for your patience. I'm also here in opposition for the illegal street vending program. My name is Brian Sanchez. I'm the lead organizer for the Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice. The reason we're against this, the funding of the illegal street vendor program is because we understand that although the program would fund 3 positions of a health specialist too, upon further analysis of what that description is of the position, we saw that one of the duties would be to recommend citations for vendors. We believe that this would just open the door for a return to aggressive tactics against vendors and citations that would just pile up upon them. We recommend instead for the county to use that money to not fund the illegal street vendor program, but to instead work to integrate street vendors into the formal economy. For the county to work to recognize that street vending is a legitimate business, and to instead try to replicate markets such as La Quinta Market that takes place here in San Bernardino on D Street on Fridays. It's a huge success. That was a collaboration between my organization and street vendors. We believe that instead money can be used to replicate that in other cities throughout the county. We also urge the Board of Supervisors and San Bernardino County that whenever a policy or ordinance comes up that could affect street vendors, we request that organizations such as our own and as well with others that work with street vendors be a part of that process, considering that we recognize the reality that street vendors face. And oftentimes ordinances from cities, municipalities, or the county can sometimes not reflect the true reality of what it takes to be a street vendor or what they face. I urge the county to work to continue with workshops. I understand that there were some workshops held by the county. We admire that, and we recommend that money be used instead to continue those, to expand them, to continue to teach street vendors. It's much better for the county to use money to integrate them into the formal economy, to bring in business, to bring in street vendors, rather than to continue and impoverish people. I thank you for your time. That's it.
Thank you very much. Last call for Art Ruiz. All right, then next up we'll do Juvenal Estrada, followed by Jennifer Cardenas.
Hi, good morning. My name is Juvenal Estrada. I'm the general manager of Mexicans United of the Inland Empire. It's a new organization. We're organizing the Mexican community in the Inland Empire. And I'm gonna be real honest with you. I see the word and the wall, the phrase, "In God we trust," and sometimes I doubt that it's for real. I have lived in this county for 26 years already, and I saw this county when we got the Carousel Mall, and the county and the city was booming. It was a nice county to live. It was different times, and I saw little by little how the board, the member boards, the board of San Bernardino erode all that. And erode all that booming because of for laws like this or propositions like that or allocating the budget to persecute vendors. I'm against allocating $400,000 to persecute vendors and suggesting for citations and all that you call health concerns. Because let's be honest, you are preying on the weak. Because we got more health issues than persecuting a taco vendor, somebody that sells chicharrones on the street. We got a health issue. We got the drug dealer cartel selling a bunch of drugs in our streets, and you are not allocating that money to persecute them. I don't see you naming the cartel of San Bernardino in your budgets. I don't see any single county on the United States, to be honest, to actually persecuting the real cartel. I don't see every day talking about that. The Chapo of the Inland Empire, where are all those programs persecuting and getting rid of all the drug dealers on our streets? That's the real health issue. We need to actually put the money where it's supposed to be. You can go out there, go to the city hall, and you're gonna see zombies walking on the street, injecting drugs in daylight. How could it be that you are focusing on persecuting people that just want to make a living? That are the entrepreneurs that build this country. They are investing time, money, their own safety, selling food on the streets. And you are planning to persecute, allocating money on that? We got a real health issue on this county and all the country. We got to get rid of all the drug dealers that are killing our society, not picking up.
That's time. Thank you. Jennifer Cardenas, followed by Fernanda Durazo.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Jennifer Cardenas. My pronouns are she, ella, and I am a community organizer in Fontana. I'm here today because after looking at the budget, it is very telling how, while y'all are applauding for adding more services to children, we're looking at the housing budget, and I feel like y'all didn't connect the fact that children are also involved when we talk about housing insecurity. When we think about the budget and we're thinking about putting our resources, which is more than 1% into housing, and you turn around and also try to criminalize some of our community members for being small businesses, and you use terms like illegal vendors, these atrocious negative connotations in words are very powerful. You're telling a community with so many Latin community that the services that they're providing as small business owners are illegal. And in turn, you're criminalizing them, even though our own state has ensured that there is no criminalization for what they're doing. In fact, you have an opportunity to be one of the counties that does something a little different, that actually advocates for our community members, people that provide us with tacos, pupusas, and every other awesome resource that we don't have in these places as accessible, especially when we're talking about some of our people that work at warehouses, some of our people that are going from college to home. And the fact that you want to create this as some sort of unsafe standard for our health, yet I don't see you holding any of our cities accountable for how they put warehouses next to schools, warehouses next to hospitals. And you're telling me that the criminalization of vendors is something that you're gonna focus on? It's very, I turned off, it's still green, by the way. Okay. You're really disregarding our community because we've had worse air quality days than we've had any issues with vendors. We have someone that represents Fontana on the board, correct? We've seen how much $600,000 going into stopping our vendors didn't actually help. They could have created programs, they could have created workshops. You could actually provide these resources in different languages, but you don't. You represent a vast, diverse group of people, and you have the opportunity to actually make this accessible to them, to bring more economy here, and not give us the lies of not blocking these warehouses is another way of bringing the economy here. When we're people that live here, we're people that vote for you, and we're really gonna start paying attention to how—
That's time. Fernanda Durazo, followed by Karina Zepeda.
Hello, my name is Fernanda Durazo. I am a resident of Bloomington, and I am here to urge you to not fund the creation of an illegal street vendor program because just the term illegal is very negative. And so I also want to mention that the very language is indicative of the country, of the county, and may be taking more aggressive stance against street vendors and may engage in practices that run counter to state law. And so I just want to say that also Bloomington's culture, there's so many street vendors in Bloomington alone, and I think that's just part of the culture. And I think this program would honestly end that. And so I would recommend that you work with the community organizations to do outreach and educate vendors to create a policy that is regarding street vending. And so that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Karina Zepeda, followed by Marlon Chavez.
Good afternoon. My name is Karina Cepeda, and I am here on behalf of the Inland Empire Immigrant Youth Collective. I want to urge the San Bernardino Board of Supervisors not to approve the creation and funding of the illegal street vending program because street vending has been decriminalized and is protected under California state law. I am disappointed at the language being used and urge the county to consider using the funds planned for the program to adopt education-first approach to street vending and use the money to do outreach to vendors and create accessible educational materials on the county's website in English and Spanish. It is your duty to work with your constituents to find a better solution that can foster trust and partnership with our county agencies instead of promoting more tension and distrust. If the county is truly invested in reducing crime and violence, it must not allow the creation of an illegal street vendor program. The county's priorities are misplaced, and I urge you to do better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Marlon Chavez, followed by Sylvia Cardona.
Good afternoon. My name is Marlene, and I'm here on behalf of the Inland Empire Immigrant Youth Collective. As an organization that focuses on mentorship and professional development for immigrant youth, all over the Inland Empire, we are here to support our street vending community. Street vendors are an integral part of our local economies and provide affordable and accessible nourishment for our region. I'm here today to urge the San Bernardino Board of Supervisors not to approve the creation and funding of the proposed illegal street vending program. Street vending has been decriminalized and is protected under the California state law with the passage of SB 972 and SB 946. The funds planned for this program can be better spent in developing programs that educate vendors and help them navigate the current permit systems in place all over the county. We urge you to please focus on a more community-led and community-centered approach where street vendors can fulfill their entrepreneurship goals and take care of their families without fear of repression from the county. Please work with your constituents to find a better solution that can foster trust and partnership with y'all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sylvia Cardona, followed by Fanny Milan.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Sylvia Cardona, owner of Pupusa La Familia and organizer of La Quinta Food Market of the city of San Bernardino. I am here today to urge you to not fund the creation of an illegal street vendor program. The creation of such program will only have negative effects on local street vendors and the community. If you approve creation of funding of the illegal street vending program, it will break trust with authority figures. Street vendors are often from immigrant and Hispanic communities who are already wary of authority figures and law enforcement due to combination of their immigration status and the informality of their work. Unfortunately, these same communities are disproportionately victims of crimes and violence as well, especially vendors who are assaulted and robbed. If the county is truly invested in reducing crime and violence, it must not allow the creation of an illegal street vendor program. Street vendors is one way, accessible way for immigrants and low-income people to earn living and support their families. Any crackdowns will only lead to impoverishing an already vulnerable population and will only serve to push these people further into poverty and closer to homelessness. Thank God that these people are not a burden to the government. Amen. I was also a street vendor myself. I also felt criminalized. My children go with me to work, and they saw when the authorities came and treat me as a criminal, and they asked me why I was treated like that, and I told them, well, it's not, I don't know, maybe I was doing something wrong, but it was probably because I didn't know how to do it, what steps to take. But thanks to organizations like Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice, I got educated on how to get my business legalized and with the correct permits. Such funding would be better used if you worked with community organizations to do outreach and education for vendors and create policy regarding street vending. Street vendors already see interaction with county and local authorities as a risk. The county should use the funding to work with local organizations who already have that relationship with street vendors, to work with vendors, develop improved educational material, and create policies regarding street vending with their input. The county should recognize street vendors as a...
That's time.
Thank you very much. Finelli Milan, followed by Benjamin Wood.
Good day, Chair and members of the board. My name is Faneli Milan, and I'm the IE organizer with the PEOC. I do outreach here in San Bernardino, and I'm here on behalf of Lubia, Maria Angela, and Aurora, residents of San Bernardino and street vendors who could not be here because they couldn't miss not even a day of work. For workers like them, losing income means not being able to buy food or pay for their rent. That is why we're here to urge you to vote no on the illegal street vendor program and the allocation of the $400,000. Street vending is one of the most accessible ways for immigrants and for immigrants and low-income people like Lubia, Angela, and Aurora to earn a living and support their families. Any crackdowns will only lead to impoverishing an already vulnerable population and will only serve to push our community further into poverty and closer to homelessness. It is your job to represent us all, including street vendors, that contribute to our local economies. Investment and not criminalization. No to the illegal street vending program. Also, we're in support for increased funding for housing, investment on workforce development, community-based safety initiatives, inclusive civic engagement, and increased funding for public transportation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last request to speak that I have is Benjamin Wood.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors. It's my pleasure to address you in my new role as Legal Director at Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice. And before I begin, I just want to mention that we are also standing in solidarity with the budget recommendations of the Inland Region Housing Justice Coalition. As you probably know, ICIJ brings together over 35 labor, immigrant rights, student groups, faith groups, and social service providers to defend the rights of immigrants and asylum seekers in Riverside and San Bernardino counties. And sidewalk vending is a key issue for us and our partner orgs, and it's really at the core of our community and our advocacy work. So what's the policy environment like? Just want to remind folks that in 2018, the legislature passed SB 946, which prohibits cities and counties from outright criminalizing sidewalk vending and creates a new regulatory framework for sidewalk vending. And that was followed in 2022 by SB 972, which is a modernization of the California Retail Food Code. And it essentially allows cottage food operations and microenterprise home kitchens to function as commissaries for the purpose of sidewalk vending. We have microenterprise home kitchens in Riverside County. We do not have them in San Bernardino County. So the legislature has spoken loud and clear. In California, we do not want sidewalk vending to be criminalized. And if we want to avoid liability, if we want to avoid litigation, we need to make sure that the county's actions are in alignment with the law. So this changing landscape has created no small degree of confusion. Even county and city health department, the county health departments, county municipal code enforcement departments, they're experts in this area. Even a lot of them are confused because of this patchwork. So when the vendors saw this budget item, this $400,000 for the creation of an quote-unquote illegal street vending program, it really brought back memories of the strict enforcement actions where vendors had their materials impounded, testimonies like Silvia's, and it caused a lot of alarm. So we're concerned that this budget item shows that the county has taken a punitive approach rather than an education-first approach, and an approach that focuses on bringing down institutional barriers, and that will make it easier for vendors to come into compliance with the laws. So as this budget item stands, we cannot support it. We do have a list of policy recommendations and budget recommendations that we'll be providing you. And we want to remind you that the community benefits most when there's a strong collaboration in between our county government and our community-based organizations. So we look forward to sitting down with you, with county council, to improve your budget and the functioning of the county agencies that regulate sidewalk vending. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was brought to my attention that we did have a speaker sign up on the wrong general public comment, so we're going to move Ipiani Lockhart over to this agenda item.
Thank you, and my apologies for signing up for the wrong thing.
No worries.
My name is Ipiani Lockhart. I am the Inland Empire Faith Organizer on behalf of Interfaith Movement for Human Integrity. I'm here today to raise concerns, as you heard by so many, but I want to approach it from a different angle or a different perspective, because when we think about this country, we think about America, it's often said that small business is the backbone of the country, right? And we applaud the entrepreneurial spirit. So I believe if we still believe that is to be true and to be celebrated, that drive, that vigor to accomplish something, to do something greater than yourself, I think we have an opportunity here to support those efforts. And we could be, since we are the largest county in the country, we could be a model of how to support our community, knowing that our community is filled with a diverse and beautiful community with many beautiful offerings as far as culture, dance, food, so many beautiful things. I would challenge the leadership to be a model for the nation of inclusivity, making sure that everything is translated for all the dialects that are spoken within our community, as well as just making sure that we uplift and support the entrepreneurial spirit. That is what's built this country, along with other things. I'm not perusing over the history. We know the real certain aspects of that, but I'm not going to focus on that. I want to just focus on that drive and the opportunity that we have to support our small business, our entrepreneurs. So I really ask upon you to continue forth with the workshops that you guys have created, and we thank you guys for that as well. And we know that your job is not easy, but you have been called here. People have voted for you, and people trust your judgment. So we're asking and really hoping that you can see the value in supporting the community that provides for our community. We also would like to see investments in the infrastructure. We know that, San Bernardino has, I don't even want to say it, but we know what we run across when we drive the streets and stuff. We know we have some infrastructure issues, right? So we would love to see investment in there as well. And then also, we would also like to see a greater allotment of money, more than just $1.9 million, like the $400,000 to try to create this vending enforcement. That's almost 25% of the money that we allocated to address the homelessness, right? We know that is a huge issue throughout throughout California in general. We have wonderful weather here, so we almost have half the nation's homeless, unhoused, I should say. But with all that being said, we just want to see more resources for our people that are returning to community to support the entrepreneurial spirit. And we're just hoping that you guys could take an opportunity to better invest the money into the people, invest into humanity. I really believe that we can do great.
Thank you very much for your comments. I'm going to bring it back to the board for discussion and questions of staff.
Madam Chair, I just want to figure out on procedure. I know we got the general, we're going to open and close each one for each vote.
Correct.
And all the public speakers are been done at
No.
this point
But no, they have not.
for each individual item.
But I do not have any more requests to speak on other budget items, on the others.
I'll start off with that. I appreciate everyone speaking today. I think there's a lot of complex issues here that we have been dealing with in our local districts going forward. I will counter that some of the statements I find are not accurate. We spend tens of millions of dollars because Supervisor Baca and I sit on the homeless committee that we're issuing out tens of millions of dollars for homeless activities lately, not just 1.7 million. Many of the funding streams, as is indicated at the very beginning presentation, are formula fed for certain buckets and certain social services. That's tremendously the bigger part of our budget. We're out there to serve all our residents and hopefully be that safety net for them going forward. And without laying things, I'll move the budget, or which.
I'm going to close the public hearing first. Any other discussions or comments? All right, I have a motion. Second. I have a second by Supervisor Baca. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, item number 110 passes unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. Agenda item number 111 is the 2024-2025 budget for Big Bear Valley Recreation and Park District. I will officially open the public hearing. I do not have any requests to speak at this time. Do we have any board member comments or questions? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and
the item.
entertain a motion. Thank you for the motion, Supervisor Hagman, and the second, Vice Chair Cook. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, item number 111 passes unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 112 is the 2024-2025 budget for Bloomington Recreation and Park District. I will open the public hearing. Any board member comments? We have no public comments on this. Seeing no questions or comments, I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Supervisor Baca, and the second, Supervisor Hagman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, item number 112 passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 113 is the 2024-25 budget for the board-governed county service areas. I will open the public hearing. I do not have any requests to speak. Any board member comments or questions? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion. Thank you, Supervisor Hagman for the motion, Supervisor Baca for the second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 113 passes unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 114 is our 2024-2025 budget for San Bernardino County Industrial Development Authority. I will open the public hearing. I have no public comments on this. Any board member questions or discussion? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing.
The item.
Thank you for the motion, Supervisor Hagman, and the second, Supervisor Baca. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Item number 114 passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item number 115 is our 2024-2025 budget for in-home support services public authority. I will open the public hearing. I do not have any requests to speak for this. Any board member questions or discussion? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Supervisor Hagman for the motion and Supervisor Baca for the second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Item number 115 passes unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 116 is our 2024-2025 budget for the Inland County Emergency Medical Agency. I will open the public hearing, and I do not have any requests to speak on this item. Any board questions or discussion? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion. Thank you for the motion, Supervisor Hagman, and the second, Supervisor Baca. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Item number 116 passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item number 117 is our 2024-2025 budget for San Bernardino County Fire Protection District. I will open the public hearing. I do not have any requests to speak on this item. Any board member questions or discussions? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and
The item.
entertain a motion. Thank you, Supervisor Hagman for the motion and Supervisor Baca for the second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Number 117 passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item number 118 is our 2024-2025 budget, San Bernardino County Flood Control District. I will open the public hearing. I do not have any requests to speak. Any board member questions or discussions? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Second.
Thank you, Supervisor Baca for the motion and Supervisor Hagman for the second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with that, item number 118 passes unanimously.
All right. Do we want to knock out 119?
We do in 119, 120, Madam Chair. I just have a fortunate afternoon meeting. I would love to get my vote in on those two.
Item number 119 is an extra help appointment of our Director of ARMC, returning retiree, being presented by Luther.
I'll move the item.
Thank you for the motion. Thank you for the second. Thank you for the presentation. We do not have any requests to speak on this item that I'm aware of.
Correct.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, item number 119 passes unanimously.
Okay, item number 120 is the Oasis at Glen Helen Parkway project being presented by, by Mark Wardlaw. This item was continued from May 21st. The meeting is closed to further public comment. We will now receive a follow-up report briefly from Mark.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I'm Mark Wardlaw, Director of Land Use Services here with Sue Strander. The project applicant is or was here. So this item was considered by the board at the May 21st meeting. At this meeting, the board received the staff presentation and conducted and closed the public hearing. The board continued this item to June 11th with direction to staff to remove the proposed language allowing digital billboards. The ordinance has been revised to admit digital billboards as written in the destination recreation areas within the Glen Helen specific plan. The board also provided direction to allow sequenced grading of the project site. Conditions of approval, number 58 in the plan development permit, and number 21 in the tentative parcel map have been revised to allow grading of the project site that is owned by the applicant and of project property owned by the county within the site with written consent of the board. And finally, the board directed we evaluate options to develop a proposed fire station. The applicant proposes an agreement with the county to provide a financial contribution in the total amount of $330,000 towards community service enhancement benefits for the Glen Helen specific plan. This is included with this item as a memorandum of understanding. The contribution will be made in 3 installments related to grading and export from the project site. Therefore, staff recommends the board take the following actions. Receive this report as follow-up to the May 21st, 2024 public hearing. Certify the subsequent environmental impact report. Adopt the CEQA findings of fact, statements of overriding considerations, and mitigation and monitoring program. Approve the memorandum of understanding with 215 Tabletop LLC for public benefit contribution in the amount of $330,000. Adopt the findings recommended by the Planning Commission. Make alterations to the proposed ordinance if necessary. Approve the introduction of the proposed ordinance. Adopt the ordinance. Approve the tentative parcel map. Approve the plan development permit, and direct land use services to file the notice of determination in accordance with CEQA. This concludes the staff presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions of staff? Do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
Can't speak.
Oh, that's right. Public
move the
hearing is
item.
closed. Thank you for the motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Hagman, a second by Supervisor Baca. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right.
With that, item number 120 passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And with that, we do have more on our agenda today. I'm going to recess until 1 p.m., where we will come back and we will continue on with agenda item number 121, our Housing Element Program 4. Thank you very much. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to reconvene our board agenda item. We're going to start off with agenda item now 121, which is our Housing Element Program 4 short-term rentals study being presented by Mark Wardlaw.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. This item is the department's presentation of the Housing Element Program 4 short-term rental study. I'm here with Colin Drucker, principal with PlaceWorks, who led the preparation of our study and managed our work with Granicus. The county's housing element was approved by the Board of Supervisors and certified by the state in the fall of 2022. Among the various housing element programs, Program 4, short-term rentals, is intended to determine whether short-term rentals are negatively affecting the housing market in mountain and East Desert communities. This short-term rental study includes the technical memo that was prepared by PlaceWorks and the STR data and housing study prepared by Granicus. The team approached this study first by determining the study area, the unincorporated mountain and East Desert communities. We identified the number and location of short-term rentals within those areas. We researched relevant housing trends, conducted interviews, and held community meetings. We evaluated the effects of short-term rentals on the housing market, both in terms of cost and supply. We evaluated the effects of short-term rental activity on the housing market. And we considered case studies on housing affordability in the state and in the local area and with STR programs. And finally, in the most recent portion of this study, we conducted additional analysis around 6 key factors. Staff had intended to present its findings in the short-term rental study in November of 2023. However, department staff opted to postpone that presentation to allow time to review key census data that was released in December of 2023. And in January 2024, the Controller's Office developed and the team analyzed TOT data for each specific mountain and East Desert community. This was conducted to answer additional questions raised by the community. The key findings of this study are that the COVID-19 pandemic was the primary driver of housing costs and supply issues in the unincorporated mountain and East Desert communities. There is data also to indicate that the sustained high level of short-term rental dynamics in the Joshua Tree area is contributing to a lack of affordable housing. Staff conducted 4 in-person meetings during the study period to present our work and to listen to those involved in communities. We received more than 200 emails, extensive letters written, and our key takeaways included from this body of work that each community is unique and different from the next. All communities are experiencing ongoing nuisance issues relating to noise, parking, and trash that affect neighborhoods, and that short-term rental income is needed for some owners to stay in their homes, particularly due to the rise in insurance premiums and increasing costs for existing and new homeowners. Next, we'll summarize some of the main points of the study related to our key findings. This slide shows housing value trends in California between 2016 and 2023. The change in home values by community was evaluated to identify patterns that could indicate whether short-term rental activity was driving up housing costs in specific communities. Home values have been steadily increasing over the past 7 years across the country, with prices in California rising faster and to higher values compared with the national median. Many agree that there's a housing crisis in California. Short-term activity surged following the end of the domestic and international travel restrictions. Short-term rental activity peaked in 2022 in July with approximately 7,750 units. 2023 shows signs of a slowing in the STR market, with the latest peak of 6,400 as of September, well below the 2022 levels. Short-term rental properties generally command higher sale values than other single-family homes. Sales prices are attributed to superior condition of those new products, larger size, and prime locations of the STR properties. This slide shows the change in sales prices in the East Desert and the point in 2021 where values in the East Desert caught up with and then surpassed the prices in other areas. This slide, it's slowly loading, shows the percentage of mountain areas by home occupancy from 2010 compared to 2022. Vacation and second homes include STRs. Occupancy patterns in the mountain region remain stable from 2010 to 2022, with notable changes observed in Crestline and Lake Arrowhead, where some of the vacation second homes have transitioned into year-round units. This slide shows the percentage of East Desert area homes by occupancy from 2010 to 2022. From this graph, we can see that the occupancy trends in the East Desert remain consistent from 2010 to 2022, except in Joshua Tree, where some owner and renter occupied units have shifted to vacation second homes. This slide shows the date of new construction and issuance of short-term rental permits in the Joshua Tree area compared to the other study areas from December 2019 to May 2024. The dark orange shows the STR permit issued and then less than 6 months after construction. The light orange color shows the STR permits issued more than 6 months after construction, and the blue shows non-STR construction activity. This comparison indicates that short-term rentals are leading to new construction in Joshua Tree. The additional analysis that I mentioned earlier started in early 2024. We identified 6 key factors indicating where short-term rentals are more likely to negatively impact the supply and affordability of housing. They are community history, short-term rental compared to the overall housing supply, vacation homes, year-round renters, year-round housing supply, and highly active short-term rentals. The influence of short-term rental activity on the housing market is more pronounced in communities lacking a long-standing tradition of seasonal housing. The mountain region primarily serves as a seasonal recreational destination and remains predominantly comprised of second homes and resort properties. Certain areas in the East Desert region, such as Pioneer Town, began as short-term destinations. The majority evolved into small, remote year-round residential communities, including Joshua Tree. The majority of short-term rentals for the entire unincorporated county are in Big Bear City, Lake Arrowhead, and Joshua Tree. In Joshua Tree, short-term rentals represent nearly 1/3 of the total housing stock. Everywhere else, short-term rentals represent 15% or less of that stock. In Joshua Tree, the proportion of homes used as vacation second homes has more than tripled over the past decade, going from 1 in 20 homes in 2010 to more than 1 in 5 homes in 2022. Conversely, nearly every other community has seen a reduction in the percentage of vacation homes. The proportion of homes occupied by long-term renters is similar or higher in 2022 compared to 2010 in every community except Joshua Tree, where rates of rental housing and rental households have been steadily decreasing and are now reaching historic lows. Year-round housing supply is shown, and there's an adequate or ample vacant housing available for sale or long-term rent in most of the mountain communities and in Homestead Valley. Big Bear City and Morongo Valley have very few homes available for long-term rent, and Joshua Tree has very few homes available for sale. Joshua Tree has the largest number of short-term rentals that rent for 60+ nights per year, both in the East Desert and across all of the unincorporated communities. This slide shows the in a table format the presence of the key factors by region. So of those 6 additional factors that we identified, we were able to show them in terms of each unique community. The check mark indicates STR activity may be affecting the housing market, and the dash mark indicates short-term activity is unlikely to be affecting the housing market. Joshua Tree is uniquely affected by all 6 compared to the other areas. There are a number of other considerations that we evaluated in forming our recommendations, such as economic impacts and the contribution of STR activity to the region and stakeholders. Case studies. We evaluated related to housing affordability and short-term rental impacts, direct versus indirect strategies to affect housing affordability, and aspects unique to Joshua Tree. In that general vicinity, the popularity of Joshua Tree National Park is extensive. It's ranked as the 2nd most popular park in California. In Joshua Tree, there are limited local visitor accommodations. New buildings for short-term purposes of rental have been identified. Limited infrastructure exists to support more intense development, as well as hotels and motels. And there's also the transient occupancy tax that's generated throughout the county related to short-term rentals. Throughout this study, as I mentioned earlier, staff has received consistent comments about code enforcement with short-term rentals within communities and neighborhoods. Apart from this study, I'd like to reinforce the department's commitment to providing responsive and progressive code enforcement activities, and will continue to provide rapid response services with additional staff and resources. We'll always seek continued improvement in our code enforcement processes, and will recommend enforcement improvements when we found them. And then finally, we'll monitor complaints to stay abreast of patterns and trends that we're seeing in each community. The overall conclusions of this study are: empirical data indicates that COVID-19 pandemic was the primary driver of housing costs and supply issues in the unincorporated mountain and East Desert communities. There is data to indicate that the sustained high level of short-term rental activity in Joshua Tree is contributing to the lack of affordable housing. Staff recognizes the unique character and ongoing noise, parking, and trash issues associated with STR activity in each mountain and East Desert community. Imposing a cap on short-term rentals may not be a reliable strategy to directly and meaningfully increase the supply of affordable housing. Rather, the most effective approach is to increase housing supply and affordability in Joshua Tree, to augment existing affordable housing programs, and establish new affordable housing programs. Staff recommends that the board receive the short-term rental study report evaluating the impacts of short-term rentals on the housing supply in the unincorporated areas of San Bernardino County, prepared in accordance with Program 4 of the county's Housing Element Technical Report. Find, based on the results of the short-term rental study report, that short-term rentals have an impact on the long-term ownership and rental housing market in Joshua Tree. Provide direction to the Land Use Services Department and Community Development and Housing Department to establish and implement the following proposed strategies to reduce the impacts of short-term rentals and return as needed to the Board of Supervisors for future action. This would augment existing housing affordability programs and consider new affordability housing programs. The department seeks board's direction on establishing and implementing strategies and programs to incentivize long-term rentals and enhance housing supply and affordability in Joshua Tree through 2 proposed initiatives. The first, augmenting existing housing affordability programs, including enhance homeownership and rental assistance initiatives, preserve income-restricted housing units, promote the development of accessory dwelling units, encourage the use of manufactured homes as affordable housing options, and 2, consider new affordable housing programs, introduce a short-term rental buyout program, develop new income-restricted housing in Joshua Tree, implement new income-restricted housing projects through collaborations with surrounding jurisdictions, including 29 Palms and Yucca Valley. That concludes our presentation. Thank you very much. We're here to answer your questions.
Thank you. We're going to go to public comment out in the Joshua Tree office first. Our first request to speak is from Lori Bloom, who will be followed by Steve Bardwell.
Hello. I will be referring to the Big Bear City area. It's clear that the Big Bear City area has become oversaturated with STRs. Per the report, the entire housing stock in Big Bear City consists of 15% or more STRs. Personally, our street consists of 33%. I have 15 letters from code enforcement confirming this. I'm aware that you supervisors are against any sort of a cap because you don't want to deny anybody the opportunity to do business. This is working, but to what success? 44% of STRs generate less than $5,000 in revenue per year. What's interesting is the PowerPoint didn't tell you any of these statistics. Is this what the owners had in mind when they entered what I'm sure they thought was a lucrative business? A comment I heard from Supervisor Hagman was that there have always been rentals, they just weren't licensed. This is true, although when we purchased our home in 2008, we weren't aware of any in our immediate vicinity. I went through the latest sales info on the 15 homes for which I have letters. 12 of them were purchased in 2020 and later. I'm aware of 5 of these that were not previously STRs, and the 1 new build went directly to STR. I can't help but think that the 12 who purchased during and since the pandemic had dreams of big profits. This brings to mind the shacks sitting abandoned in Wonder Valley. Those who settled the land were also sold dreams of riches in real estate. Will the STR owners in 2024 meet the same fate? Per the report, only 56% will earn profits over $5,000 annually. This would be maybe 7 of the 12 STRs surrounding us. Possibly 1 owner will earn over $25,000. What will it take to get you, the Board of Supervisors, to consider a cap? In Big Bear City, per the report, permit numbers are still rising. How many more will purchase a home and turn it into a STR, believing they will be able to pay their mortgage and make a nice profit, only to lose it to a foreclosure somewhere down the road? I'd like to end with a partial list of entities in California that have instituted STR caps, severe restrictions, or do not allow them. My hope is that if these municipalities can enact reasonable legislation that is fair to all, you as the leaders of San Bernardino County will follow suit. Lake Tahoe, Los Angeles, Palm Springs, 29 Palms, Yucca Valley, Marin County, Sonoma County, Riverside County, Santa Barbara, San Diego, Hermosa Beach, Laguna Beach, Manhattan Beach, Santa Monica, Sausalito, San Francisco, Del Mar, Dana Point, Newport Beach, Mono County. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next request to speak is Steve Bardwell, who will be followed by Janet Johnston.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Steve Bardwell, President of the Morongo Basin Conservation Association. We are pleased that after a long delay, the study of the impacts of short-term rentals is being considered here today. And while we are encouraged to see that some of our concerns of last year's technical report have been subsequently addressed, we believe the requirements of the Program 4 study have yet to be satisfied. The study does not adequately address if a limit on the number of STRs is needed. It does not evaluate incentives to encourage long-term rentals. It does not accurately study the transition from long-term to short-term rentals. It does not study the displacement caused by STRs, and it does not evaluate STRs' impacts on motels and hotels. We believe the Program 4 study presents an opportunity which is yet to be realized. that would support the health of our local economy and communities by providing a detailed analysis of housing within each distinct community that will serve as a baseline in future analyses. By establishing appropriate limits on the number of STRs within communities at a neighborhood level. The dynamic market continues to change, and by establishing a threshold, the future integrity of our communities will be supported. De facto hotels of multiple STRs are inappropriate in residential neighborhoods. And by studying the ownership of STRs to assure the restrictions on ownership is following the ordinance. Also by establishing a method for distributing TOT revenue to the communities impacted by STRs. By establishing a procedure for evaluation of the impacts of STRs on an ongoing basis to anticipate potential impacts of the dynamic marketplace, and by allocating the necessary funding to undertake these actions. The proposal to address the ill effects of STRs by augmenting existing affordable housing programs is an immense and costly undertaking jurisdictions across the country are struggling with. We do not believe this approach will offer any effective and timely solution for an oversaturation of STRs in communities lacking the necessary infrastructure to construct affordable housing. Further, supporting and encouraging housing availability and affordability should be undertaken regardless of the presence of STRs. We look forward to participating in an ongoing process of preparing the program for study and view the current report as another step towards that end. I note that the speakers on street vendors early on, many of them spoke about
That's
the
time.
necessity of housing.
Thank you very
Provides-
much. Our next request to speak is from Janet Johnston.
Hello, I am Janet Johnston of Joshua Tree. We appreciate the work that has been done, but we assume that this is not the conclusion of the Program 4 study, as there's much data and investigation still missing. As we've been advocating for, a working public committee should be formed to truly work towards an informed solution. There's never actually been a proper discussion of the pros and cons of caps. Why are we not having this discussion? I think all you need to hear to inspire discussion is at the height of the STR peak, 7,749 housing units were removed from housing and converted to commercial enterprises. 7,749 STRs just in the unincorporated areas. How many thousands more if you add in all the cities of the county? Yucca Valley and 29 Palms alone combined were close to another 1,000 on top of that. Many other neighboring towns, cities, and counties have successfully put caps in place. Only 13% of owners are local, according to the study, 22% in Joshua Tree. As we encouraged, you should have been protecting the market for locals to avoid this bubble created by outside investors. Where are the maps of neighborhood density to show the number of housing units, the number of STRs, and show all the ghost homes that sit empty, some for sale, some in owner purgatory? The renters were kicked out in the great displacement of 2021, but then the owner can't decide to sell or whether to STR. Who knows? But that seems to have happened to a lot of places. So the peak 7,749 number really does not show the full extent of impact. Where is the population study over these years? Where is a chart showing the school enrollment decline? Where is the discussion of how we went from an average of 10 homes being built a year in Joshua Tree to over 100 the next year and 200 plus the next? And yet this huge increase in housing supply did not reduce housing costs as advertised. No, it actually contributed to higher home prices. Why is that? There is also so much to study beyond housing that should have been done in an initial CEQA study. With all the trash always spilling out of trash cans and dumpsters now, we have a visible increase in ravens and a decrease in baby quail. What has this STR trash increase in raven population done to our endangered baby tortoises? We have seen no road improvements since any of this started. Alta Loma is a death trap. Where is the traffic and accident study? The Granicus report has some key points that serve to dispel some of the smoke screens set by the PlaceWorks report. On page 28 of Granicus, it says, 3/4 of all single-family homes sold in Joshua Tree in 2021 are active short-term rentals today. While the number of units sold in a given year that have stayed out of the short-term rental market has been fairly consistent, the huge jump in sales that are now STRs speaks to a sudden influx of investment focusing on immediate short-term rental returns. The chart on the
That's
left
time.
page shows,
Thank you very much. We're now going to bring it back down here. We're going to start off with Tara, and then we're going to go over to Levon Kazarian.
Well, first, hello, supervisors and Chair Rao. The conclusions that were just recommended to staff, I feel, or to the board, sorry, from staff, I'm in agreement with. So I think a lot of what I'm going to say, can you hear me?
Better.
It's better.
Thank you.
I'm kind of echoing what you just said, so that's okay. I would like to ask a few questions and hope the board might ask these questions as well. After reading over the new data, and more specifically the key factors presented in the executive summary, I realized something. In order to conclude these key factors are impacting long-term rents and housing prices in an upward trend, you must assume the housing market as it exists today has the capacity to offer affordable housing. If only SDRs could get out of the way, long-term rents would drop, and more importantly, drop enough to be considered affordable. My question is that a realistic outcome of limiting or capping SDRs? Is the goal to bring down housing values? If so, by how much? Other communities have done this, hoping for a similar outcome. Irvine banned short-term rentals entirely. It has been reported, and I quote, after Irvine's ban went into effect, long-term rents in the city dropped by 3%, a decrease of $114 a month on average, end quote. 3%, $114 drop in monthly rent that hardly moves rental prices into the affordable category. And what other shifts of economy took place that are not accounted for? The ban of SDRs does have other ramifications. Those renters coming into the community spend money, which in turn has an effect on jobs, sales tax, TOT, et cetera. What about the property owner that encountered financial hardship and chose to rent a room or ADU so they might stay in their home? Is that a success story, $114 drop in monthly rent? At what cost? Was that question ever asked? I do hope this board pauses to ask these questions. I do applaud your decision to seek data. You funded a study so you could make informed decisions. The free housing market has already begun a correction. The number of homes on the market right now in Big Bear is very high, and many have sat on the market for well over 30 days. Second home markets react faster and with larger corrections. We are still dealing with the aftermath of COVID inflation. Not one sector was spared. Crafting policy to satisfy an individual's personal opinion, which in turn restricts others' rights, can be a costly decision for everyone. SDRs did not create the affordable housing crisis in this county, state, or country, and therefore their absence will not solve it. Restricting property rights should be considered with great caution and certainly only done with confidence in the outcome, considering both positive and negative outcomes. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Levon Kazarian, followed by Arthur Kasumian. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors. I'm from Joshua Tree. I'm a small business owner. I have a restaurant. We employ a little over 30 people, many of whom just struggle to find affordable housing in the Morongo Basin because too many of our short-term rentals are eating up workforce housing. I want to say that I'm grateful that land use has finally confirmed what's been obvious to those of us in Joshua Tree for a long time. Short-term rentals have negatively impacted workforce and affordable housing. When 29% of existing housing are short-term rentals, it was impossible to keep denying that housing somehow remained unaffected. Better late than never, stating the obvious. Not sure why PlaceWorks needed a do-over to get this right, but I'm glad nevertheless. The proposed solutions I find vague, too far in the future. I applaud the intention, but I don't think they're enough right now. I think the department's breezy dismissal of caps as a policy tool is just dead wrong. We're not the first county with remote resort areas to confront the problem of dwindling workforce housing. Almost universally, the first policy tool these and other counties and municipalities have reached for is a cap on new short-term rental permits. No one's talking about a ban. The list of counties with remote resort areas like ours that have instituted caps is long. Humboldt County, Sonoma County, Marin County, El Dorado County, Placer County, Mono County, Inyo County, and our neighbor to the south, Riverside County. This is not to mention municipalities like Yucca Valley and 29 Palms. But here in San Bernardino County, land use does not recommend imposing a cap on short-term rentals, as it may not be a reliable strategy to directly and meaningfully increase the supply of affordable housing. They say they considered studies of the housing market and short-term rental programs by other counties and cities. But here's the problem. In almost those counties I just cited, these ordinances are a year or less old. Some are less than 6 months old, like Riverside and Mono. There's no way to know if caps are working or not in these communities. These are peer communities. This is not Irvine. I've looked for objective studies now for years to see if caps are effective. I haven't found any. So land use needs to cite what evidence they're talking about. What are these studies? Not just say the words, show your homework. And I have to say, it takes some chutzpah, for land use to say these other 8 county planning departments, these other 8 board of supervisors, they don't know what they're talking about with caps. But San Bernardino County Land Use Services knows better than all of them. I urge you to reject their unsupported editorial opinion on caps and join these other counties in imposing caps. We're not asking you to do anything radical or crazy. We're simply asking you to join this growing consensus on caps. Caps are not the be-all and end-all. They're not going to overnight solve the housing problem, but they mitigate the problem instead of exacerbating it, as a lack of caps would do when the next boom comes, when mortgage rates go back down to 2 or 3%. Thank you.
Thank you. Arthur Kasumian, followed by Pat Inyart.
Hello, supervisors. Thank you, Mark, for your informative presentation. My name is Arthur Kasumian. I have a short-term rental in Running Springs. As the short-term rental ordinance is up for review, I would like to voice my opposition to the occupancy limits, excessive fines, and increase in permit fees. Given the lack of nuance in the short-term rental ordinance and the unfair way that short-term property renters are treated, I felt compelled to give a comment today. I think the study presented by Mark shows concretely that STRs, at least in the mountain communities, are not the boogeyman they've been made out to be. But I don't want to focus on the short-term rentals themselves or the STR owners, rather the community that we positively impact. If I move to long-term renting, this doesn't just affect me. It affects my neighbors too, who are full-time residents and who I hire for cleaning and maintaining our home. My neighbor is a stay-at-home mom with 2 girls. Her husband wakes up at 5 a.m. every day to go to work. She asked me specifically to mention the following, and I'm quoting verbatim. Short-term rentals really help people like me who can't do a full-time day job because I homeschool and don't have help near, and I actually am not considered because of that immediately when interviewing or applying for jobs, which I understand because small businesses can only have so many employees and they aren't going to waste a spot on someone who can only be there part-time. And that's only after my husband can get home and get the girls, end quote. I also know that they are already on mortgage assistance, as they have told me before, again, reading verbatim. Just so you know, Arthur, we applied for mortgage assistance because we were having trouble keeping up with all the increases in gas, groceries, bills, everything. And we would really like to stay in that home. So any opportunity to make money, we'll jump on, end quote. Personally, I feel responsible now for her and her family should my short-term rental fail. And I think the people at this meeting should feel personally responsible too. You and I will be the reason why one beautiful family is forced into further financial hardship and has to move out of this community. And I'm sure this is not the only situation like this. Please consider raising occupancy limits. I'm not saying we shouldn't regulate short-term rentals. I'm in favor of enforcing a good neighbor policy on STRs, but some aspects of the current policy are overkill and detrimental to the mountain communities. I would argue that in the mountain communities that have historically been seasonal destinations, the occupancy should not be capped at 12, rather 16. It should be based off of house size, not bedroom count. Maybe even have an allowance for more responsible owners who have noise monitoring devices, or make that a requirement so that they're on top of their guest behavior. Also, I think the penalties are too high. We're not committing crimes here for us to be fined in the thousands. The vast majority of us are doing our best to follow the rules and address concerns in a timely manner. I want to reiterate the community benefits from our employment, the businesses from the tourists we bring in, who more often than not are ordering out. Also, the county receives a lot of occupancy taxes that it wouldn't receive otherwise if we were to long-term rent. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Pat Inyart. Okay, that's the last request to speak that I have. I'll bring it back to the board for discussion and direction. Jesse?
My only one comment that I want to add is I do see all the remedies that we have put forward. One that I would ask we consider also is I believe these things are in nature good, as far as working with them on, infrastructure, housing, and affordability. But I don't think the problem lies there. I personally think the problem lies where, in what you demonstrated, there is a shortage of accommodations in Joshua Tree. What I believe that is that there's not enough motel, hotel units in those areas, which is what exacerbates the short-term rental problem that's in that area. So I would say we can also consider from a county standpoint, how do we encourage businesses to want to go to Joshua Tree knowing how big of a destination it is, maybe even possibly supplementing for the startup of those businesses to show that there is a great opportunity that we're missing that will create not just TOT dollars, but opportunities for the residents there to, as people don't use the short-term rentals, they actually rent hotels or motels, whatever you want to call them. And like just really looking at our infrastructure there, how we get more infrastructure in place so that those can be built. Looking at, things like anything that will allow for the commercial side of housing for people who are utilizing Joshua Tree. Comment.
So I would say if we want to see more businesses and hotels in Joshua Tree, we're going to need some sewer infrastructure. So that's one of the main considerations out there. There is no sewer, to clarify. Any comments? So you're looking for, like, I support your two recommendations that you have for further review and study. Anything beyond that, Mark, that you're looking for direction for us right now? I know we need to bring back the short-term vacation rental ordinance at some point in the future to address items within that. Any other direction at this point for the housing element?
Chair, no, I think that with the housing element that's in place in its implementation programs and with the recommendations presented to you and the findings that we ask that you make, that will resolve and complete this program if that's the board's desire. And then I think that the range of programs that are identified and the partnership with community development and land use services will be able to develop reasonable programs to implement that focus on affordable housing.
All right, appreciate that. So I'll entertain a motion on staff's recommendation. A motion? I have a motion from Supervisor Baca, and I have a second from Supervisor Armendariz. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, item number 121 passes unanimously with the board members present, with Supervisor Hagman absent.
Thank you. And I need to leave, so I'm going to turn the meeting over to our vice chair, since the business portion of this meeting is complete, and ask that the vice chair take public comment on items not on our agenda. So thank you.
Okay, I'll be redundant. Are there any public comments for matters not on the agenda? I can't see that far. I saw,
Excuse me, Vice Chair Cook, would you like me to read the names of people that have submitted?
oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. First, we have Garth Pizant, followed by Jane Hunt Rubel.
And we had this gentleman up there.
Dolores Lake project.
Is your mic on?
Okay, Mr. Pizant, can we allow Mr. Umgarg to go first?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is O.M., last name Garg, G-A-R-G. I'm manager of Dolores Lake project. To ask for more than 3 minutes time because the issue is very complicated, I had sent the public comments, about 6 pages, which were
3 minutes.
okay. So those public comments you must have received. I am here to answer the questions. Our big problem is nobody from the county is answering my questions, answering my emails, or communicating with me to solve the problems. So that is the reason I requested the board to review the situation. We have got 5 issues which I have addressed into that public comment sheet. And I would like to get somebody to answer those ones and direct us how to proceed with the project. At present time, the project is dead. We cannot do anything at all because of the requirements and from different offices of the county. So I'm here to answer your questions and request you please reply that public comments which I have submitted and how to proceed with the project to complete it. From my side, I assure you I'm competent and qualified to complete the project. In spite of 86 years of my life, I can still complete this $350 million project. And I need your help and support and directions. Thank you.
Speaker.
It's right there. On the tablet?
Garth.
Good afternoon. Garth Pazan Sr. of the County of San Bernardino. Foreigners, welcome, announcing their takeover, asking our county to pay to open their business, buy your own commercial kitchens. Invading our property is illegal. Rent or lease the available spaces. Aren't you satisfied with taking our jobs already and continuing to? Set up shop in the forest and we will come to you. Educate the vendors. Foreigners have been educating our country of their takeover for decades. Many decades ago, Britain and Spain invaded the Americas. Now the Americas is invaded by all. You and the cartels left your territory, your plush territory, and came over here. Versus the local criminal justice system, Liberty Healthcare does not care. A counterfeiter has the talent to make a fake bill, a fake piece of art, a fake signature, etc. Our FDA-approved medicines include counterfeits. What will it take to convince you that anything pharmaceutical, FDA-approved or not, is counterfeit? Our primary care providers endorse drugs, pharmaceuticals, to kill us. No drug has ever been approved by our Creator. You must decide. The Anglo-American world power at present has sold you and me out to China and Japan. Soon all will be under temporary control of the United Nations. The United Nations cannot save you. Thereafter, the United Nations will be destroyed at Armageddon's climax. Thereafter, the main culprit, Satan the devil, whom the whole world is lying under the power of, will be hurled into temporary inactivity. What position will you take and where will you stand at the culmination of the coming events? In a secular court of law, the judicial assistant will ask you, do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? The Bible, the owner's manual to mankind, by Jehovah God, the landlord of the universe, says, you must not swear by anything under the sun, nor by God. Let every man be found a liar. Therefore, people of the earth, let procedure stand on evidence.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Jane Hunt Rubel.
You got it correct. Finally. Good afternoon. I'd like to make a comment about the usual thing. Out on Cajon Boulevard, it's getting really bad with the vendors. I hate to bring that up because I didn't know it was going to be on an item on the agenda pertaining to the budget. But it's getting to be a real problem out there. And I didn't know that the county had already approved this or whatever, but it was a shock to me because it's causing major problems already. It's too crowded on that street. And because of all the warehouses above us, we get more traffic from there and truck traffic. And I'd like to see an end to it because it's from California Street up to almost First Avenue. There's nothing but vendors alongside the roads. And also there's this one I commented on a couple of months ago to the board. There's a house, an area on the corner of Cajon and Ogden, that finally the county, I said, it's a dump, and they've got homeless people living there and there's trash all over the place. But after I commented on it, the next day I noticed the county was out there. There was 4 sheriff cars. And I thought, and they had a for sale sign up on the property because right next to it is it's a truck stop junkyard, I call it. And that whole area between First Avenue and Ogden, nothing's being done about it, though. It just keeps getting worse. And it's such an eyesore because Cajon Boulevard is actually Route 66, and there are still people, tourists from Europe and the United States that come down there, and it makes me cringe when I think this is the gateway to San Bernardino, and it looks like a third world country now because of all the dumping and then the other businesses, the illegal, the vendors. And I'd like to see something really done about it. It's not that I'm against, who they are, but it's just, I'm hoping the county doesn't agree, like the city, they have the vending laws. And I just want to talk to somebody about, I'm hoping you didn't approve it. I was shocked when all those people got up. I said, was that on the agenda? So I'd like that clarified more. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Margaret Cassian.
Good afternoon. I'm here to advocate for better animal welfare in San Bernardino County. It sounds like the contract with Apple Valley Animal Shelter will be voted on tonight by the Apple Valley City Council. Thank you to all the supervisors for hearing our pleas to amend the contract. I really appreciate it. It sounds like there will be monthly meetings between AVAS and SB County to improve overall service to the public. I can't tell you how important this is. The City Council meetings were illuminating. There has been such resistance and defensiveness to change anything, so thank you. It sounds like AVAS will take photos of all the animals coming through SB County to post on their site. Currently, not all cats have been posted on the site. Probably at least 25% or more cats never get documented other than a line item on the intake disposition report. It is certainly an excellent step in the right direction. This is important because Apple Valley Animal Shelter is a high kill shelter. Last year, 7% of the cats exited the shelter alive. I studied the town of Apple Valley adopted budgets between 2009 to 2023, 15 years. Based on those budgets, if you put the data into its spreadsheet, what you see is an upward trajectory. Number of employees increased over the 15 years. Budget increased. Euthanasia rate fluctuated between 57% to 93%. Without TNR, spay and neuter programs in place, it felt like the county is throwing away money without insisting that programs be put in place to change things. I look forward to seeing what they do with TNR. At previous city council meetings, the Apple Valley City Council stance seems to be, we can't adopt our way out of this. I would add that one can also say, we can't euthanize our way out of this either. After attending one Apple Valley City Council meeting, it was clearly evident that some other entity, hopefully it's the Board of Supervisors, require them to change their approach. If the county continues to give between $1 million to $1.1 million or more per year, would it be unreasonable to ask the following? You monitor that they start up TNVR as quickly as possible. This was in the contract apparently. That they revise the leash law to exclude cats, that they start free spay and neuter for residents or at least low cost. Most residents don't have supplemental income to pay for this. Would it also be possible to ask the shelter to grant access to volunteers and or point of contact persons within a rescue to access the West Wing? This is where cats are in holding and receiving rooms not visible to the general public. Number 5, mislabeling of cats is a big concern. I'll talk more about this at another time. And number 6, the shelter euthanizes cats based on their hold date versus space. It's such a huge shelter. They immediately euthanize the day that they're available.
That's time.
Carlo Alcazar.
Being away from family and being away from my kids during my deployments to Africa, back to back during COVID, was a life
Is that
changing
microphone working?
experience. Only to come home and see that there's war here at home. Fathers trying to protect their kids are treated differently at CPS. Not gonna say exactly who it is and where it's at, but it hit me really close to home when I got back. When my little girl told me what had happened to her, I jumped into action. I went to my support structure, contacted my unit at 20 Special Forces Group in Alabama, and set up a plan, spoke to CPS directly, they came out. But since then, many other things have happened. How fathers and mothers are treated differently at CPS. Right now, I'm under the threat of getting my kids taken away from me because I wouldn't shut up. I wouldn't keep quiet. Because guess what? If I would have done the things that mother did, I would have been put away in jail a long time ago. There is a definition, and this is what I'm gonna go ahead and put out into the public so we can get this cleared up. And hopefully, for the second district, because this is the CPS of Fontana. What does it mean to grow up a child and not have it be categorized as sexually pleasurable? How about groping a child is wrong regardless? Whether it's done by the father or the mother. And in this case, it was the mother. And not to one child, both of them. In response to, how do you lock a child in a bathroom and grope her? In response to how this is not what my boyfriend did to you, but this is abuse. And have CPS just push it under the rug. It's taking a lot for me not to explode. But these are my kids. And I came to find out there's many more fathers like me out there right now. We're suffering in silence, in anger, in agony. I didn't realize how much it hurts.
That's time.
I saw the Army
Thank you, sir. Are there any public comments for matters that are not on the agenda? Seeing none, then this meeting is now adjourned. The next regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meetings will take place on Tuesday, June 25th at 10 a.m. here in the board chambers. Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned.